working for whatever reason. Is this working out here?
Yeah, light is on.
Oh, yesterday it wasn't working. Okay, good. It's working. Oh, cool. Okay.
Start right there. Once you point, and you flip.
Welcome into the Walther Center for the first game of the knockout bracket portion of this year's West Coast Baptist College Tip-Off Tournament. I'm David Adams. I'm excited to be joining you for the next couple of games, but our first game in here in the Walther Center of this knockout bracket is between First Baptist School of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the Lions in white, versus Bethel Baptist of Carson, California, in the navy and red. First Baptist of Nebraska is the 5 seed in this knockout bracket. Bethel is 12, and so looking to go on an upset-filled March Madness run. The winner of this game will move on to a 5 o'clock Pacific time game this evening here in the Walther Center. And so if your team wins, get done what you need to get done over the next 3 hours before tuning back in. You're going to want to watch your boys back in action tonight. We've got a cheering section here in the Walther Center stands, and it's a little bit emptier right now because we've still got some college students in classes. All of the teams visiting for this tournament had a lunch earlier, but college students will be in lunch right now. But you're going to see more and more fans entering over the course of the game. That's a shot from the corner by number 24, Cooper Fincher, gets his own board. And Nebraska facing some pressure by Bethel here, able to swing the ball back to the other corner. And that's going to be in and out by the sophomore Byron Huff. The ball being brought up now by Elijah Augustine. Bethel looking to open the scoring here. Tries to get it off the glass, not able to go. And Huff coming back down the court. Deflected, but it's going to stay on Nebraska's side of things. Looking for some help and is able to find the junior, Drew Tatman. Nebraska looking around and able to roll that one up and over the side of the rim to open the scoring. That's Cooper Fincher, the sophomore from First Baptist School of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Pulling up is Elijah Augustine, in and out. And this one coming back to Tatman, who will bring it up for the Lions. Both sides getting some vocal support from their fans. We've got a number of Nebraska fans in the front row on their side of the court, and the Bethel bench providing some rowdy energy here. We got a good atmosphere, even despite a little bit lighter attendance so far here. Bringing it up is number 8, Noah Hawkbang, the senior. Tapped away by 23, Mac Longworth, but it's going to stay with Bethel. 20 on the shot clock. Gets some room on the pick, but the handle slides away from him. And Nebraska keeping hold of this one. Mac Longworth in the backcourt, now getting the ball back. Tatman in the corner. And rattles that one down and in 4-3, sending the Lions to an early 5-0 lead. Talking with Bethel's coach beforehand, highlighted Elijah Augustine as a player to watch, certainly a lead ball handler and shooter for this Avengers unit. Sorting through a couple of shot clock things here, giving both sides a chance to confer on offense and defense. And Nolan Fincher, a chance to wave to his friends, family, and fans from Nebraska. Bethel inbounding, looking for their opening points. Augustine now into the corner, and a little bit too strong. That one by Aaron Chico. Tatman now bringing it back up. And that one's going to be a double dribble there. Slid a little bit away from him, but the double dribble there gives the Avengers their opportunity to try to get back into this one. And Augustine and Hawkbang, the ones leading the way in terms of ball handling for Bethel Baptist from California. Good job reeling that one in by Aaron Chico, facing a little bit of pressure, even outside of the three-point line. Hawkbang tries to turn the corner, now finds Augustine. Thinks about it just a little bit too long. Defender gets back, and the roll on that one, unfriendly. Going out of his hand, he probably felt like that was going to be his opener, and instead it comes right back the other direction as the junior, Drew Tatman, coast to coasts that one for a 7-0 lead for First Baptist School from Nebraska. One of 4 First Baptists at this tournament. In fact, the next game that we're going to see here in the Walther Center is between a First Baptist from California and a First Baptist from Florida. So you're going to hear the states a lot more than First Baptist in that matchup. This one, I will be able to just refer to them by the school name. Winner moves on to play at 5 p.m. Pacific time against Newport Christian. The Lions have already faced Newport in group pool play. Every team played 3 games yesterday in pool play in order to give them some guaranteed games in the tournament and in order to set up the seeding for this one. They were part of Group B, Bethel in Group C. The pull-up can't quite go, and the putback, some busy work on the offensive glass by number 22, Andres Quintos, the senior from Bethel, but not able to find a way through. We've seen some good defense by Nebraska and just some unlucky bounces keeping Bethel off the scoreboard so far. Nolan Fincher drains that from about the free throw line, and his coach immediately calling out, "I like that." Certainly something that we'll see. And Augustine might have just slid his foot a little bit. He thought he had picked out a nice incisive pass into the high post, but this one is going to come back Nebraska's direction. About 4 minutes into the first quarter here, about halfway through our opening quarter. Score is 9-0. Nebraska with the early lead. Nice little give and go thought there, but either the cutter was a little fast, the pass was a little slow. We'll see if Nebraska tries to come back to that later in the game. The Avengers trying to open the scoring from their side. Hawkbang working his way through, but Huff finds it. 3-on-1 if they can finish it. And can't quite slide it through, can Drew Tatman, but Byron Huff right there to clean up, pushing this one out to double digits. Augustine facing a double here, able to pick out a pass well. Nebraska certainly a lot more aggressive coming up on defense. And that pass just gets away from Isaac Gallardo. And we're going to see First Baptist take this one back. The Lions in white and black facing off against the Avengers in navy with red trim. And this one's going to be stolen by Elijah Augustine. He's now trying to push up the court, see if a little bit of semi-transition will open up opportunities. And the pass just gets away from Quintos as he's trying to kick out into the corner. We've got Mac Longworth bringing this one up now. And a couple of crisp passes, now ultimately finding the corner. Not going to go. Augustine trying to take advantage of an unsettled Lions defense. Turns the corner but can't get out. And now Huff is on the run. One man to beat. Huff and a Hawkbang And Hawkbang swats it, but they're going to call some contact to set that one up, sending the sophomore Byron Huff to the line for 2. 11-0 is the score, 2:26 left in the first quarter, and these will be the first free throws of the game so far. Ref's given a bit of clarity on the call. Huff from the line. Easy good on the first. He's got a chance now to go 2 of 2. And this one is going to be good as well. Nails both from the stripe. Hawkbang now facing a double out here and is going to get called for the travel. Maybe dragging the foot a little. The ref's pretty tight on it here so far. There's been 2 travel calls, both of which were probably understandable, but at least not some of the egregious travels you'll see in the NBA sometimes. But keeping a good eye on things, just setting the tone early. It's okay if refs are tighter or looser as long as they are consistent. Certainly you want it calibrated as well as possible, but at least giving them the clarity to know what they're working for. And these rims have been pretty unfriendly here in the early going, as that 3 got at least halfway down, but was not able to go. Bethel looking for their opener, tapped away just as Augustine tried to turn the corner. 1:36 left in the first quarter here. Sorting out, I think, the shot clock here. 13-0 is the score. Nebraska, Plattsmouth, Nebraska's First Baptist School. In white, defending well, shooting pretty well, and certainly not way too much to critique here in the early going of the game from them. Bethel been playing with good energy, but you can see some of the size disparity between these schools. A lot of times, if you've got a size difference, you need a shooting advantage, and if the shots aren't falling, you can start running into trouble. Moving around the perimeter before finding the inside pass. And number 25, Nolan Fincher, draws the foul there. Looked like he was hunting forward a little bit. He knew that he had gotten a good position, but there were enough defenders around. He figured if he could time it up right, he would get the contact and the chance to score either at the hoop or at the line. And he's going to nail his first from the line. We've got one of the, I believe, the first substitution of the game. Ethan Sattler, number 11, the senior, coming in for Mac Longworth, number 23. And Coach Anderson and the team with First Baptist of Plattsmouth getting an opportunity to mess around a little bit with the rotations because of the strong early play by the team. Quick fire, but not quite able to get it to go, is the junior, Aaron Chico. Huff now bringing it up. And Nebraska's done pretty well at moving the ball around. It doesn't feel like it's gotten stuck with one player. Huff finds himself down on the baseline, not able to get the jumper to go. About 45 seconds here left in the first quarter. Bethel certainly wants to get out of here with some points. Nebraska would like to blank them all the way, and yet Noah Hawkbang, the senior, going to open it up for the Avengers, getting them on the board here late in the first. Shot clock is off as we see the first quarter out, and a strong little drive. Good job picking out the pass by Byron Huff, and Drew Tapman did a good job taking it the last couple of feet, getting into position for the layup. Bethel trying to get one more shot out of this, sliding it around. Elijah Augustine, corner, 4-3. Augustine's going to have to pull. He does, gets it up in time, and splashes it to give them a bit of momentum. Back-to-back threes heading into our first quarter break. At the end of the first quarter, it is First Baptist School 17, Bethel Baptist School 6. We'll be back with you in a minute. Entering the second quarter, Nebraska off to an early lead. Lions fans going to be a little bit split, a little disappointed. Certainly the tournament organizers do their best to not double up on men's and ladies games whenever possible. But really what looks like the only time two teams, the guys and ladies of the same school, might be playing at the same time. If First Baptist of Nebraska wins, they will take on Newport Christian on the men's side here at 5 p.m., while the ladies will play Harvest Temple in the Student Life Center at the same time. And so the Lions will have to split up the Pride, but there's still plenty of time in this one to watch this one play out before making any final pronouncements. That said, they've got to feel good about how they've been playing so far. We mentioned Bethel has been struggling a little because it's tough when a smaller team isn't getting shots to fall, and yet they've hit their last three. And a good save by Hawkbang and Gallardo from Bethel as Huff tried to keep it with the Lions. The Avengers have scored on 3 straight shots. Back-to-back threes at the end of the first quarter, and then a good opening to the second quarter here. Drew Tapman now bringing it up, fires it ahead, tapped away, and stays with the Lions, though. Gets it down inside, and in a little bit more helter-skelter play than we've seen so far. Nebraska done a pretty good job of staying controlled. The Lions able to keep their head and ultimately find the sophomore Byron Huff with the jumper. 19-8, the score a minute into this quarter. Augustine able to get that one to go, using his body well. A lot of times we think about bigs and forwards as the ones using their physicality to open up shots, but a great example of guard physicality there by Elijah Augustine. Tough board, and this one's going to stay with Bethel. Augustine finds the Avengers down only 9 after it had been, I believe, a 15-0 start. Shorts that one, and now it's going to come back. Nolan Fincher with the board. Now finding Mac Longworth. He subbed off briefly in the first quarter. But we are back to the starting lineup by the Nebraska side. Some good post footwork by the senior Nolan Fincher, and going to work against the Bethel front line. It's a pretty balanced attack by the Lions. And so no one player with a huge chance to shine necessarily. There's a lot of aggregate skill, aggregate talent being shown. but we've got some great footwork by Fincher there. Byron Huff going to pick up the foul. This has been a pretty clean game here so far. Only the third foul of the game. We've seen 2 trips to the line by the Lions. Hawkbang pulling up from deep. Almost gets that one to go from outside of the college three-point line, much less the high school one. And now surveying the court. It's going to be an offensive turnover there. Bethel getting the ball back, 21-10. And sorting through some things from the ref's point of view. Hawkbang now trying to work his way through. Able to open up some space on the jumper. But Huff is going to come down with that one. Fincher comes back around and finds him, but can't quite get it off the glass. Hawkbang now slowing it up as Noah looks for his opening. Augustine finds Chico, and a bit of give and go work with them there. But this one's going to come back in the Nebraska direction as both sides are getting a feel of this game now. Plattsmouth coming up on defense some, but neither team a full-on pressing team or something like that. And yet we've seen good effort on both ends of the floor. Stays with the Lions here. 21-10 is the score, 4:28 left here in the second quarter. The Lions in white with the ball, with the lead. But Bethel in blue done better after a cold shooting start. Let's see if the junior Elijah Augustine can carry his team back into this game. And a little nutmeg, a little between the legs dribble as Augustine seeks his way through. Number 11, Ethan Sattler, checking back into the game. Operating as essentially the 6th man for this Lions lineup, the only player to have substituted in. Hawkbang pulling quickly from the corner, not able to get that one to go, but an offensive board by the sophomore Isaac Gallardo. 4:09 left in this one, reaching about the midpoint of the second quarter. And this game is one that's mostly been played in the half court in the early going. There's been occasional transition or semi-transition moments, but it hasn't been a battle of fast breaks per se. And Gallardo to Chico is going to culminate in a turnover. Nebraska getting the ball back here. Mac Longworth inbounding. Drew Tatman bringing it up. And we've got a bit of a mix here on this Nebraska team. We've got 2 seniors that get minutes. Nolan Fincher and Ethan Sattler, the 6th man that we've highlighted so far. You've heard the names Byron Huff, Mac Longworth, and Cooper Fincher, all sophomores. And then Drew Tatman, one of the names you've heard most on the Nebraska side of things. He is a junior. And the putback goes for Bethel. Gets the margin back to single digits. And Coach Anderson immediately calling a timeout to reconvene with his team. 21-12 is the score. 3:18 left in the second quarter. And we'll be back with you on the other side of this break. First Baptist School of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, getting ready to inbound this one here, up 21-12. But Bethel Baptist School from here in California been working their way back into this one, and it'll be interesting to see if the end of the second quarter sees this one tied up even further, or if the Lions are able to counterpunch a little bit and extend their lead. Mac Longworth brings it up before some of the ball movement that Nebraska's looking for, but it's going to slide off the hands of Cooper Fincher in the corner. Noah Hawkbang bringing it up. He's got what can be a little bit of a rare size advantage in this one here. Nebraska team that presents some good length. Bethel a little bit smaller one. And yet the senior, Ethan Sattler, doing a good job of keeping his man out on the perimeter, not letting him use his size to get inside. And Elijah Augustine going to drive and send himself to send his team to the baseline. Chance to run an out-of-bounds play. And Hawkbang up and not able to get that one to go. Shorts that one. Considering from three, pulling up, splashing it, is number 23, Mac Longworth. Nebraska pushing this one out to 24-12. But Bethel has been finding a little bit more rhythm on offense throughout this quarter for sure. A couple of threes helping them out late in the first quarter. Number 5, Cameron Bartlett, the freshman, into the game here. And good defense from Nebraska. Tatman over the top. And an opportunity to score by the freshman Cameron Bartlett. He is going to draw the contact and send himself to the line. And you can hear the traveling fans elated for him. Let's see if he can convert these opportunities here. And he's going to be straight but a little deep on the first. 24-12, still the score, 1:53 left in the second quarter. The freshman Cameron Bartlett going to the line here for Nebraska. And he is going to go up and down with that one, opening his scoring account in this game. 25, the senior, Nolan Fincher, coming out to the scorer's table. And so, again, this kind of range of contributions for Nebraska that we've looked at so far. And Bartlett with some quick defense, staying attached, but got the hands in there, and the refs caught him on that one.
Look at you.
But finding the opportunity to get contributions and minutes off the bench, something that's always important for any team, but especially when we're talking about the quick turnaround times that can be seen in a tournament like this. This team playing again at 5 p.m. tonight, if anything, longer than it could be. Our other 12:30 tip-off game over in the Student Life Center has to turn around and then play again at 3:30 for the winner. And so this one is going to drain the team before then taking on a higher-seeded opponent. So any opportunities to get quality minutes off the bench, playing 3 games yesterday, hoping for a second one today, certainly something that Coach Anderson would love to see. If one of these teams makes the semifinals, those will be held at 11 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. And some physicality from both sides. The senior, Andres Quintos, able to draw the charge, and Bartlett coming right back in for Nolan Fincher. And so with under a minute left in the second quarter, we're seeing a bit of mixing and matching. And sliding as he went back and forth is the lead guard, Elijah Augustine. Tatman bringing it up from the backcourt. 46 seconds left. 13-point lead for the Lions. Finds Longworth in the corner, and it's going to come back to Augustine, who is going to have about 2 or 3 seconds difference between the shot clock and the game clock. More or less enough time to try to bleed out if they wanted. Went for the first good shot they could get, and it's going to come back to the Lions. Shot clock is off. 20 seconds left in this quarter, 25-12. Bethel giving some real loose pressure, but mostly just letting them burn off the clock. We'll see if they blitz as it gets closer to the margin. Tatman gets to his right, pulls up from outside the arc. That one will not go. And here we go for the quarter, 25-12. First Baptist School from Nebraska leading the way here in the first half. Bethel Baptist Avengers looking for the comeback. They've had spurts of hot shooting, but we're going to have to see if they can make that more consistent in the second half. 25-12 is your score. We'll be back on the other side of this 5-minute halftime break. Well, coming out of the first half, the score is 25-12. First Baptist School of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, leading the way. Bethel Baptist School of Carson, California, starting slow, but have played this one about evenly after going down 15-0 to open the game. They're going to have to flip even further, though, from a balanced battle into a comeback if they're going to make this one interesting in the second half. Nebraska been moving the ball around pretty well. Did a good job finding an open man inside, but Cooper Fincher not quite able to hold on to it. On the other side of things, Bethel Baptist has been playing democratically, but a lot of times you've seen the ball end up with either the senior Noah Hawkbang or the junior Elijah Augustine, and the other players working hard and having their moments as well. But Bethel Baptist going to have to either find additional contributions from their role players or find their starters take even another step as they try to trim the deficit. Longworth and Huff bringing it up the court. Now finding Tatman in the high post. Back to Longworth. Nolan Fincher now. Surveys, pulls up from the mid-range. A little bit short on that one, but it's going to stay with the Lions in white. And a lot of ball movement here so far leads to a pretty nice, pretty smooth turnaround shot. Nolan Fincher flashing some of that footwork in the first half and able to open the second half scoring with a nice little turnaround jump shot. Augustine trying to get Tatman out of his stance, and that one's going to stay on Bethel's side of things despite the defensive pressure that they are facing. Longworth, Tatman, Huff flashing across his face, but he's going to keep that one all the way down. And a tough putback by the sophomore Matt Longworth. 4-0 is the second half score, and Bethel calls a timeout a minute and a half into this one, 29-12. And a short halftime break, keeping this tournament moving along, making sure that the schedule doesn't get too warped with game after game after game. And so not a lot of time to overhaul or make adjustments, but whatever Nebraska has been working on over the last 5 minutes of halftime found the right note, found the right tone. They've come out looking sharp, a little bit more defensive pressure even. Maybe not further outside the three-point line, but feels like a little bit more swarming going on. Unchanged starting lineup. Back out onto the floor now, coming out of the break. From the Lions, the Avengers have pretty much been running their same five out all games so far. Augustine finds Chico, finds Quintos, and back to Augustine, working against Huff. Not able to find too much space, but gets enough off to get a jump shot. That's going to stay out, and Longworth will scoop it up. Little bit of pinball action before Bethel decides to slow it back down. 2 minutes into this quarter, 29-12 is the score. Augustine tries to sneak a pass through, but Huff is going to hold on to that one. Catches hit around the waist. And the Lions taking a moment, getting set here. We're going to see the sophomore Cooper Fincher inbounding to fellow sophomore Byron Huff as they come up the floor. Lions in white with black trim. Avengers in blue with red trim. Tatman gets it in the high post. Not able to get that one to go there. He's hit from right around that spot earlier in this game. Feels comfortable with that shot. Noah Hawkbang looking around. And Quintos gets it in the low post. Bethel doesn't do a lot of work from the low post. Part of that might be the height of the Lions. But they are able to keep some possessions alive with offensive boards, ultimately leading to a 3 by Noah Hawkbang to open the scoring for this quarter. And the score is 29-15. And we're seeing the Lions work inside with this one. Coming back down, Augustine's going to get this one. Finishes with the offhand, if only. And sliding away. Now Huff gets to Nolan Fincher inside. But they're going to call him as having not yet established possession. We had a scoreboard issue for a second, but we've got that sorted out. It's 29-15, 4.5 left in this one. It's a little bit of a slower scoring quarter. The score on the quarter so far is 4-3 in favor of the Lions. We're going to have an opportunity for that to change, as Andres Quintos heads to the line. Quintos with a chance, I believe, as memory serves, to open his scoring for the game. Rattles the first one out. 4:26 left in this quarter, 29-15. Can he make it 29-16? Straight, but a little bit deep there. And Quintos not able to open his scoring account from the line. Tatman now working. Definitely a smaller defender on him, but able to stay outside. Quick hands by Hawkbang. And Augustine's going to get this one. Now back to Hawkbang. A smooth two-man game between them so far. Byron Huff flying out to the perimeter to try to help guard. Comes around the other side of a pick. And Longworth going to come down with that one and now bring it up for the Lions. Both sides playing at a bit of a slower pace. Bethel, really a lot of their offense carried by their main two players. Nebraska not really having to get out of second gear yet. We'll see if this one becomes more helter-skelter as the game wears on. Augustine facing a bit of a double. Hawkbang trying to turn the corner, is able to elevate and not able to get that one to go. This is a second or third shot from both sides that has looked like it's mostly gone down. Tatman inside, able to finish, using that length on the perimeter and inside. Aaron Chico has done a good job trying to stay in front of him outside, but if he gets that head of steam going downhill, it can be tough. Augustine able to freeze him for a second, get to the rim and score. 31-17. The score, a little under 3 minutes left here in the third quarter. Byron Huff able to find Tatman. And Nolan Fincher comes down with that one. And now a chance at an and one. Nebraska's taller players are probably more what you would think of as forwards or bigger wing players than centers in the mold of a Shaq or Jokic or Howard or whatever rim protector or low post hub you think of. And yet, Nolan Fincher has been able to make his mark on the boards with some crisp footwork inside, helping Nebraska stay out in front here in this one. We have a timeout by Bethel Baptist on the other side of that free throw. 34-17 is the score with 2.5 left in this one. The next game coming up here in the Walther Center at a 2 p.m. Pacific time tip-off is between First Baptist School of Long Beach, California, and First Baptist Academy of Cooper City, Florida. And so in a battle of the First Baptists, we'll see if the West Coast or the East Coast can come out on top. If Nebraska is able to maintain their lead, then First Baptist School will advance to a 5 p.m. Pacific time quarterfinal today, facing off against Newport Christian. Both of these teams have already played each other in Pool B, as all 12 teams on the guys' side were in pool play yesterday. The knockout tournament beginning here with this game, actually. And Plattsmouth getting off to a good start with their first knockout performance. If the Lions do, in fact, advance, the ladies' team will be playing in the Student Life Center gym, men's team in the Walther Center gym at the same time, both at 5 p.m. R1 feed is in here in the Walther Center. But if you are a Lions fan, then I'm sure you've got a friend, a parent, a coach to be texting for updates on those SLC games. All ladies games starting with tomorrow's semifinals will be here in the Walther Center as well, and you'll get to watch those. Augustine able to come to a jump stop and elevate for that. Under 2 minutes left here in the third quarter. The Lions in white with the ball, with the advantage. And that one's going to be a smooth jumper by Nolan Fincher. We've got a substitution coming before too long here on the Nebraska side of things. And we've got Huff and Nolan Fincher in the backcourt. I enjoy getting to call some of our college basketball games. One of the adjustments for some of these high school games is being a little bit more aware of calling out first names sometimes, as unsurprisingly, the high school teams more likely to have siblings on the same team. Quintos comes down with the board, and we've got a whistle here, sending it back in the Avengers' direction. Looks like they called that one a jump ball, and we're flipping the possession arrow. Augustine with 1:11 left in the third quarter. They're going to have to double their current score in order to catch the Lions. And so looking to try to make up that margin 3 points at a time if they could. And this one's going to come back to Bethel. 56.4 left here. They've worked fast before in previous end-of-quarter situations. Let's say if they try to bleed this one out to one possession for both teams, or if they move fast and try to get 2 for 1 out of this. They would need to shoot pretty quickly if they did. Jumped by Huff. Let's see if he can finish here. And he's not able to, but it's going to bounce off of Cameron Bartlett's shoulder to Drew Tatman. I don't know if you can count shoulder bounces as assists, but I'm willing to give him credit for that one. Hawkbang looking to work his way through. Quintos on his left. About 2 seconds difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And so the Avengers pretty much able to see this one out. Missing from 3, 13.9. Looked like we got a bit of a travel. No, rather an offensive foul on Quintos. And the Lions with a 21-point margin, 13.9 seconds to try to add to that here at the end of this quarter. We've got 3 in the backcourt. Tatman's the one who saw it out late in a quarter previously. He looks like their designated guy for situations like this. And with that finish, you can see why. Augustine's going to have to go up fast. Gets it up in time, but the three-quarters court heave, not enough. 42-19 is your score. This one's not over yet, but the Lions feeling good about it. We're going to see you on the other side of this 1-minute quarter break. Eight minutes left to play in this one. The Lions of Nebraska leading the Avengers of California 42-19. Mac Longworth finds Cameron Bartlett. Now ends up back with Drew Tatman pulling up from outside. Not quite as smooth as his inside work at the end of the third quarter, but doing a little bit of range finding in case he needs it later. Quintos with a nice offensive board, but can't finish. Mac Longworth able to corral that one before it goes out of bounds. Bartlett swinging. And comes back out to Elijah Augustine, the junior who's been the lead guard for Bethel really throughout this game. Senior Noah Hawkbang has been an effective partner for him, but not able to get that one to go there. Facing a little bit of a double. Mac Longworth keeps this one moving and saw maybe a little tap dance step as he set up for the start there. The winner of this game, most likely, First Baptist from Nebraska, barring what would truly be a legendary comeback as Augustine does his part with a smooth stroke, is going to play back here in the Walther Center at 5 p.m. Pacific time, facing the Seahawks of Newport Christian School. Not quite able to get that one is Bartlett. Coach Anderson of Nebraska looking for the opportunity to get a couple of rotation players some minutes before a quicker turnaround, and a smooth pass by Hawkbang, picking out Quintos for a low post finish. Augustine finds Hawkbang. Can he finish? Yes, he can. 42-25 as we tick under 6 minutes left. The Lions in white not yet confronted with pressure. Not really Bethel's game. And the Avengers are going to get the ball here. Firing up to Augustine. He's going to go one-on-one, but with the rest of the Lions closing down on him. And they're going to call a slide on that pivot foot, it looks like. They've been pretty tight on that throughout the game so far. Tapman trying to work quickly here and is able to muscle through for that one. Sends it to 44-25 with about 5 left. Bethel's made a pretty close game of this. They went down 15-0 to begin the game. Since then, they have only been at a 2-point deficit from about a minute left in the first quarter onward. Unfortunately, they're not able to scrub that early run from the game. And so Nebraska starting strong, playing well throughout, and it certainly hasn't been easy going for them. But they've been able to manage this one more so than really, really have to push themselves after that strong start. Chico pulling up from outside, not able to get that one. And we've got number 15, Hunter Thompson, coming down with that board. The 8th grader getting his first minutes of today's game. About 4 minutes left in this one. Tapman waving him away, trying to work against Hawkbang, and opened up some extra space for himself with one more step at least than the ref would allow. 46-27 as we hit 4 minutes left in this one. Augustine turns the corner, picks out Quintos, who's a little strong on that one. The sophomore Byron Huff with a big-time pass to number 11, Ethan Sattler. The diminutive senior climbing the ladder to get up for that one, and is going to have his opportunity from the line. And that will be the end of the tournament for the senior Andres Quintos with his 5th foul. Sattler to the right. Let's see if he can hit the second. 3:46 left in this one. 46-27 is the score. And a little to the right again. Margin stays the same. Noah Hawkbang working forward, confronted now by Sattler. Pulls up from 3. Not able to get that. And Nebraska looks like they're going to come away in control of this one. Huff inside, a tough drive and an impressive finish. Kind of cradled that one before going up with the layup. And Elijah Augustine from outside, the first of what the Bethel coaches hope is a historic run of three-pointers over the next 3 minutes. Should Plattsmouth finish this game with the advantage, they will continue on. Their men playing in here at the Walther Center at 5 p.m. Their ladies in the Student Life Center gym also at 5 p.m. The next game coming up, if you are tuning in to watch First Baptist School of Long Beach, California, or First Baptist Academy of Cooper City, Florida, you're in the right place. You're on the right feed. You're just about half an hour early. So scout a team on the other side of the bracket. If both of you guys make some impressive tournament runs. Speaking of impressive runs, a nice cut and finish by the senior Ethan Sattler. 50-30, the score with 2:22 left here. This 5-12 matchup going around how you would expect with 5-seeded Lions of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Comfortable enough, controlling enough throughout this one. The upcoming matchup is going to be 6-seeded Defenders of Long Beach versus 11-seeded Lions of Cooper City, Florida. And so another game that is going to require an upset by a meaningfully lower-seeded game. When I get the opportunity, I'll bring you our SLC score at 12:30 p.m. Tabernacle Christian from Martinsville, Indiana, and Harvest Temple from Clyde, Ohio. Tipped off an 8 versus 9 matchup that should be providing some fireworks. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be in 2 places at once, and we only have this one feed, but I will give you the score from that one as soon as I'm able. The winner of that game with the quickest turnaround in this window playing back in here at the Walther Center at 3:30. Ethan Sattler with another run and finish, and the noisy Nebraskan fans in the stands here giving him his flowers for his hustle over these closing minutes. We've got Hunter Thompson, the 8th grader, getting in on the scoring action as well. And while we've got a couple of starters in the game right now, Nebraska getting some of their bench players in and seeing those guys score as well, certainly a rewarding experience. 54-30 is the score. We've got 1:20 left in this one. Number 99, the freshman Jaden Palacios, getting ready to check in for the Avengers of Bethel Baptist in Carson, California. After an ugly opening run, more or less went toe-to-toe with a controlling Nebraska team for the bulk of the second, third, and fourth quarters, but never really able to put too much of a dent in that deficit. Got it down to 8 or 9 at one point, but Nebraska opening it back up, ultimately going to come away with something in the low 20s or so. 54-30 is the score right now. Noah Hawkbang bringing it up across the midcourt line. And gets away from Clint Vicente. And we're going to see another timeout called here with 1:12 left. Never a bad time for a coaching moment. And Nebraska working through, making sure their guys are on the same page. They're going to be playing again at 5 p.m. Pacific time, right back here. Same gym, same feed. I won't be with you for that one. One of our college students, Jeff Van Dover, will have the opportunity to call you through that one. The end of the tournament road for Bethel Baptist of Carson, California. But the Avengers in navy blue put a lot of effort into this one. Shooting size and the quality of this Plattsmouth team, just a bit too much for them here on the day. Byron Huff working with the ball, serving as a bit of the lead guard here. And this one's going to come back to Bethel. 1:01 left in this. Got something like a possession more from each team. Bethel could go 2 for 1 if they wanted. And finds freshman Jaden Palacios. And he's going to score. He's going to get that one to go. And is looking around, Byron Huff, for the Lions is, for a teammate. Bartlett gets picked there, kind of wedged into the corner by the defense. And we've got Clint Vicente pulling up. And this guy can't stop scoring. Byron Huff dancing through the defense. And the shot clock is off. We're going to see this one out. It looks like 54-34, barring any last scoring opportunities from either team. Doesn't look like Nebraska's looking for one. And a well-contested game here sees the Lions of First Baptist School, Plattsmouth, Nebraska, come out with a 54-34 win. The Lions will advance. The men playing right back in here, the Walther Center, at 5 p.m. Pacific time today. Ladies will be playing at the same time in the Student Life Center. And so text your friends, split your attention there, but get ready to see these young men back in action 5 p.m. Pacific time. We've got a tip coming in just over 20 minutes. We got the defenders, First Baptist School of Long Beach, California, taking on the Lions of First Baptist Academy, Cooper City, Florida.
Shout out Bethel Carson right there.
And we've got assistant coach Josh Montana of Bethel Carson coming on over, giving his guys some credit here. I'll be back with you in about 20 minutes or so. Long Beach, California, Cooper City, Florida, Battle of the First Baptists. We'll see you guys then. I've got a couple today, and then Jeff is doing some later. Yeah, so they've got a camera that's mounted up there, and so they just turn it on and let it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so I don't know if they are. Yeah, we are live-ish at least. So. Yeah, here we go. So we got 15 watching right now. So, but yeah, I think like for the college games, usually they'll zoom in and do some more panning and whatever. This one I think so someone has to have to run it all the way through to just zoom out. But yeah, all the knockout games I'm calling. So we're gonna have a good time with it.
You done commissary?
I am. Yep. So college games, and I was like, I can't do cool play. Like, I gotta keep some voice, but I'm doing. I did last one, this one, next one, and then I've got the 8 o'clock tonight, and then I'm in here all day tomorrow. So gotta down some green tea and honey and lemon, whatever else.
I got that. Got like in for 3.
Yeah, I gotta keep it pretty low key. The problem,
Really?
the good, well, just because I'm doing like 10 of these between today and tomorrow. But last year, the college game was on Thursday night, and
Is it like a technique or?
I just kind of.
Oh no,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. So just try to add a little bit of something. Not roast anyone too hard with the mom watching, but just kind of talk about it. But yeah, last year, fortunately, the college game was the last thing I'm calling. Emptying the tank. We had this like second half comeback, we had second overtime. I hit some like the logo for us. Just wiped out. That's cool. So this will be more low key, but tomorrow I get to start opening it up a little. So.
Blue, let's go.
Well, if you're tuned in, welcome to a battle of the First Baptists. This is probably going to be the last time that I'm going to call either team First Baptist for sake of clarity. In white with royal blue trim, we've got First Baptist School of Long Beach, California, the Defenders. And in navy blue with orange, we've got First Baptist Academy of Cooper City, Florida. And so if you are tuned in all the way from the East Coast, welcome and thank you. If you are tuning in from here in California, we're glad you're here as well, as we get a battle of the coasts. And the opening strike by number 11, Nathaniel Villarreal, the sophomore from Long Beach. Cooper City trying to work their way through some press, and rattling out is number 11, Travis Massey. And in the window before this one, First Baptist of Plattsmouth, Nebraska beat Bethel Baptist of Carson, California 54-34. In the SLC, we don't have a feed for that one, but if you are an interested Harvest Temple fan, they won 46-42 over Tabernacle Christian. Harvest gets the fastest turnaround of the day. They're going to be playing in the 3:30 window right after this one against High Street from Columbus, Ohio. If you are here for First Baptist of Rosemount, Minnesota versus Lancaster Baptist, unfortunately that one is in our SLC gym instead of this one. If you're a Lancaster fan, come on in. If you're a Minnesota fan, cheer them on to advance. All further guys' games will be here in the Walther Center after that one. Cooper City, Florida, the Lions bringing it up. Josh White getting the ball back here, trying to dance his way through the defense. And Massey going back up. Can't get it to go, but he's going to get shots out of that one, as the foul is going to get called against Christian Harris. Long Beach in white, Cooper City in navy. And the 11th grader wearing number 11, Travis Massey, opens up the scoring for the Lions. Chance to get another one from here. And that one's going to rim out, heading to the right. Coming up the court, we've got number 3, Maximus Gonzalez. And not able to turn and get the jumper. Pushing it up is Cooper City. Gets his shoulder in, opens up a little bit of space. And this one's going to bounce around on the ground. And number 12, Christian Harris, able to get down there and hold on, setting it up for a jump ball call. It'll stay with Cooper City, Florida, as Florida gets it in. Looking around is number 14, Christian Leal Orozco. Ultimately gets over to Josh White, number 4, and a little bit deep on that one. Max Gonzalez now with the ball. Men to his left and right. And we're already seeing a bit faster pace in this one than we did in the game before. If you were just sticking around and maximum binging basketball today, you saw First Baptist of Nebraska run out to a 15-0 lead and pretty much just keep it right around there for most of the rest of their game. This one a little bit more helter-skelter so far. Joshua White gets rung up. These refs have been pretty tight on calling travels in last game and this game. Fairly consistent about what their threshold is, but pretty tight in calling it. And so both teams will have opportunity to adjust. Pulling up from outside, but a little bit deep by the senior, Jesse Delaney. And back and forth this one goes after a turnover. And number 14, Carlos Leal Orozco, gets rung up for that one. Delaney was turning, and just the way the angles played out, the ref had a good enough view of seeing where the hand was. And if contact ended up happening, he was going to end up about staring right at it. Delaney trying to put his shoulder in and work around a pick. Looked like he was maybe hoping to get a foul call out of that. And some contact going both ways, but Silas Dunn going to get the call against him here. 3-1, the score about 3 minutes into this one. More effort than, not execution exactly, at least than shot making going on here so far. But the one player to hit a field goal, number 11, Nathaniel Villarreal, trying again from the corner there. Silas Dunn working around Travis Massey, tries to find him, but it's going to get knocked away. Comes back out, quick hands by number 10, Ethan Mirabal. But it's going to be Long Beach coming away with this and a timeout by Coach Derek Wilkerson. 3-1, the score here, 4.5 minutes in. I'll be back on the other side of this break. .434 left in the first quarter. 3.5 minutes in, it is still just 3-1. Only one made field goal as Villarreal for Long Beach hit from the corner just moments into the game. Travis Massey for Cooper City, Florida, split a pair of free throws. And that's all we've gotten so far in terms of getting the ball through the hoop. Delaney trying to turn the corner here against Leal Orozco. Gonzalez now surveying up top. Keeps it moving. And some energetic defense from both sides. Silas Dunn now working his way up the court. Cooper City, Florida in Navy. And Massey. And there is where you see the outcome of Harris getting down to force a jump ball earlier. That one somewhere on the border between a jump ball and a foul call, getting close enough to be called a jump ball, heading back Long Beach's direction there. Gonzalez tries to turn the corner. Massey forcing him down to the baseline. Number 1, John Areola. Bit of interchange there. Harris from outside. And that one's going to be short. And the board by number 10, Ethan Mirabal. White to Carlos Leal Orozco. White with the jumper but can't get it to go. And Massey got just a little bit outside of his zone. Gets the contact, and that one is going to stick with Long Beach after the whistle. 3:20 left in this first quarter, 3-1. It's a high-scoring soccer game, low-scoring basketball game here in the early going. And Florida trying to double up Jesse Delaney on the free throw line, assuming that Long Beach is trying to work their way into him. Cooper City going to have this one coming back. Mirabal into White. White bringing it up. Dunn now looking and working. Long Beach bringing a bit of pressure here. White just a little bit deep. And Carlos Leal Orozco is going to come down with that. Dunn heads to the sideline. White's quickness has helped him open up space so far, but he hasn't been able to find that jump shot yet. It was low on that one. And after a whistle, we're going to have Long Beach retain the ball here. The defenders in white. And we're going to have a foul called against number 10, Ethan Mirabal. Christian Harris and Jesse Delaney in the backcourt. A pair of seniors for Long Beach. 3-1 still the score. 2:40 left in this one. Jesse Delaney bringing this one up. Carlos trying to speed him up. They see that one getting tipped on the way out. Travis Massey finds Carlos Leal Orozco, who does a good job of keeping his plant foot set enough to not give opportunity for a traveling call. Really nice job establishing position and then turning into a shot attempt by Ethan Mirabal. But they're going to ring him up for camping out too long in the lane before he got there. Max Gonzalez misses at the rim. And so Florida coming back with this one here, looking for their first field goal make of the game so far. Under 2 minutes left in this one. This one is still 3-1. Max Gonzalez on the break. He's got 2-on-1, and he's going to finish. They're going to ring up a swipe by Joshua White. And so I don't know that one bucket counts as a breakthrough, but when the score is 3-1, 6 minutes in, you take what you can get. Gonzalez heading to the line with a chance to add another. Harrison Delaney having fully retreated. No need for an offensive rebound there as he makes. We've got number 20, Isaac Torres, into the game for Cooper City. Did a good job finding an open space, but Massey, under enough pressure, he didn't have time to pick him out as cleanly. Pass ends up high. About a 1.5 left. 6-1 is the score right now. Long Beach with the lead, with the ball. And trying to turn into a jumper. Sticky defense by the Lions. Right there with them even after trying to dance away. We've got probably about 4 more possessions between both teams from here on out. Massey a little short and to the right. Christian Harris with the board. Gonzalez on the run. Tipped away. Good hands by number 12, Silas Dunn. And Massey comes back and gets it here. This one has been pretty frantic. Dunn gets a chance. Orozco now with 2 on him. Dunn gets a one-on-one chance. Trying to find a way through. Delaney looks, pulls, short. Harris gets the board. And this one is going to stay with Long Beach, 26-4. Shot clock is off for the first quarter. Defenders in white with the ball. And that one's going to rattle out. Massey gets it. Finds Dunn. Bit of semi-transition. And Dunn hits the first field goal for the Lions with just about 15 seconds left in this one. 9 seconds left. Gonzalez looking 6 seconds left. Delaney with space. Splashes it to finish the first quarter. 9-3 is the score at the end of the first quarter. Finally, a little bit more shot making down the stretch with Dunn on one end for Cooper City, Delaney on the other for Long Beach. We'll be back on the other side of this 1-minute quarter break. Coming into the second quarter, it's 9-3. First Baptist Long Beach, the defenders in white with 9 points. First Baptist of Cooper City, Florida, the Lions in navy with 3. We've got an unchanged starting lineup entering the second quarter from Long Beach. We've got number 32, the freshman Nathan Dalberis, in for the first time this game on the Cooper City side of things. Dunn finds White, and that field goal is short, but it's coming back anyway. Christian Harris down on the baseline. Now Maximus Gonzalez pushing it forward. Back to Harris, who's now looking around. Jesse Delaney hit from outside right at the end of the first quarter. And now is going to send himself to the line. Chance at 3 with a foul called against Carlos Leal Orozco. He's saying that he went straight up with it. There's some surprised looks on defenders' faces when that whistle came out. Delaney heads to the line for 1, 2, and 3. Good on the first. Opening the scoring here just 16 seconds into the second quarter. Rattles the second out. And he's going to end up going 2 of 3 on this trip to the line. Long Beach bringing a little bit of pressure. They've experimented with some of this before, but it's not consistent with them. But they've got a 3-on-1 here. Travis Massey, as the Lions find their way through. Good composure in a pretty energetic press by the defenders. Let's see if the Lions force them out of it or if they are able to keep working their way through. Long Beach coming back down and hitting a 3, though, into Massey, into the basket. Back-to-back buckets after some timely passes by the Lions. 14-7. This game has definitely picked up some in the second quarter. Villarreal, and that one's going to be off the top. And will ultimately end up with Silas Dunn of the Lions. Joshua White now up the court, slows it down. This one's going to play out in a half-court setting. And White, speedy dribble, a defender right on him as he receives, and able to dance right through. Impressive quickness. 14-9 is what we're looking at right now. Delaney to the right on that. And Travis Massey inbounding here. He's hit a couple of times. We've got White. Now looking for it here. Carlos Leal Orozco. Dalberis, who's not able to hold on to it. Delaney coming back up the court. And Villarreal not able to get that one. Silas Dunn. And I think I called an earlier shot as Villarreal when it was Areola. We've got a 1 and an 11, so just catching a glimpse of one. Got to do a double take here. We've got Silas Dunn, though. Now back out to Josh White. And 3 in the key. We've got number 10 coming in for this one. Ethan Mirabal started the game for the Lions. Now he's back in. Defenders in white with 14. Lions in navy with 9. With a little under 5.5 left in the second quarter here. Josh White staying attached. Able to force the miss by Gonzalez. And White pulls up from the free throw line and is good. More shot making going back and forth from both sides in this one. Gonzalez and White. A point guard battle. Let's see if it comes back around to them. Both teams trying to find their opportunity to get good shots. Massey with a tough board for the Lions, and Josh White is back on the run before getting met by a double team of Long Beach. And one of the tougher mid-range jumpers you're going to see as Travis Massey hits big impact in serving as a final destination, trying to work through the press, and in able to take control of the moment there. He's gotten some rebounds. He's been hitting his shots. Certainly one of the primary impact players for First Baptist Academy, Cooper City, Florida, as this one is 14-13. 4.5 left in the second quarter here. This one's gotten a lot more interesting, a lot more exciting here in the second quarter as both sides are really trading punches. Long Beach getting the better of the early moments. Cooper City coming back more in the second quarter here. 14-13, defenders in white holding the slimmest of margins over the Lions in navy. And both sides accounting for the changes that the other team is making. It's time of that game where we're starting to see some punches and counter punches. Long Beach comes out with a press. Cooper City passes their way through. Cooper City not getting up extremely intensely on defense, and so Long Beach able to work their way around for threes. This is shaped up into a pretty interesting matchup here, despite the 6-11 seeding. And Areola comes down with the board. Delaney gets the ball, finds Gonzalez. Gonzalez has been using his off arm as he's trying to create space off of picks. Refs haven't rung him up for it yet. He's not going way too far outside of his zone. But he's digging into that bag of tricks, trying to open up some space for himself. Gonzalez will go to the line here. Chance for two if he can earn both. Splashes the first. 15-13. And we've got to pause here for a second, but he's going to attempt his second in just a bit. Splits the trip. Board by Mirabal. Turnover by the Lions. And Long Beach is going to come back on offense with this one. 15-13, 4:04 left in the second quarter here. A clank-filled first quarter has turned into a more offensive second quarter. Mirabal and White in the backcourt. We've got Areola coming up to meet him. And now Silas Dunn getting it over to Josh White. A lot of democratic play by both sides. It's been pretty balanced. You haven't seen any one-man shows in the games, at least that I've been in here for. Gonzalez, a little bit of a hesitation. Now under, finishes on the left with his right, pushing it out to 17-13. Good job finding Leal Orozco. Dunn in the corner, looking around. Travis Massey gets it back to him, and Dunn's going to go up with a good finish to cut this to a 2-point game. 3 minutes left in the second quarter, 17-15, Long Beach with the advantage in the ball, but this is a pretty close one. White right into him, forcing a missed shot. Let's see if Cooper City can get their first lead of the game. But my commentary might have been a little over-optimistic, at least in this moment, as a turnover will send it back Long Beach's direction. 17-15 is the score. Defenders in white, Lions in navy. Rejected by Massey. Leal Orozco up the court, but realizes he's got a lot of defenders in his way. Dunn taking that extra step as he tried to get around a defender. Gonzalez bringing it up here with Harris to his left. Cooper City been pretty aggressive when they feel like Long Beach is trying to establish someone in the high post. Really just getting up on that guy right away. Save to Orozco. White moving. He's got Massey if he needs. Dishes it. And that one's going to be out, but tapped away to try to get it to his guy. It's going to end up with Harris. And number 12 for Long Beach, hunted by number 12 for Florida. And that one's going to come back Cooper City's direction. White not able to get it through. Delaney. This is a chaotic breakneck game. Leal Orozco flashing the hands. Delaney able to see it out and gets the layup. 19-15, 1:45 left in the second half. We'll be back on the other side of this timeout. 1:45 left in the second quarter of this one. First Baptist Long Beach at 19, First Baptist Cooper City 15. If you're tuning in for Lancaster Baptist versus Rosemount, Minnesota, that game's in the Student Life Center. Last guys game in the Student Life Center. All guys games from here on out will be here in the Walther Center. Ladies quarterfinals going on in the Student Life Center this evening, but then the semis and title game will be in here tomorrow. Josh White, little gather step is what they're seeing there. 1:32 left in the second quarter here. Harris into Gonzalez. Long Beach typically tried to find Gonzalez. Cooper City willing to mix up the matchups a little bit, but I'll have liked giving more of a man type of look. And Orozco would be hard-pressed to get a better position on that. He was right there in the hands of Delaney, but Jesse was able to hit anyway and kind of came over top the dribble, 22-15, with the defenders scoring the last 5. Exactly a minute left. We've got number 23, Josiah Pablette, in for Long Beach. They haven't done a lot of substitution here this game. Delaney turns and fires immediately, shorts it a little. Travis Massey comes down with a tough board. Carlos up the court, met by Harris. Good effort on both sides. White right back to him. About a 15-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. They're not sitting on it, but I don't know that Cooper City would mind making it harder on Long Beach. And that tight whistle on ball handlers that we've talked about throughout both games so far today, showing up here again. 30.4 when this one was inbounded. You'd imagine Long Beach will probably try to see this one out unless they are able to really find a good look. Gonzalez to his left. Gets met. Dunn stepping up to Delaney. Under 10 here. Delaney dancing with it. Gets to his right. He's going to have to pull up here soon. Tapped away. Dunn in front of him. And Delaney not really able to get much there. 22-15. Long Beach opens up a little bit of margin here. The defenders in white pulling away slightly from the Lions in Navy at the end of the second quarter. We'll be back with you on the other side of this 5-minute halftime break. Well, welcome in on the other side of the halftime break starting our third quarter. It is 22-15. First Baptist beating First Baptist. The defenders of Long Beach in white with the 7-point margin over the Lions of Cooper City in navy. And after a pretty slow first quarter in terms of scoring, got a lot more hectic in the second. Long Beach was able to score the last 5 of the second quarter in order to open up a little bit of breathing room, but they are going to be hard-pressed. This has been a pretty back-and-forth game in a lot of ways so far. In the 3:30 window, you're going to have Harvest Temple, the 9 seed. They won by 4 in the 8-9 game at 12:30, and now they've got both the fastest turnaround of any team today and also the privilege of facing the one seed High Street from Columbus. And so that is coming up at 3:30. We've got Rosemount, Minnesota taking on Lancaster over in the Student Life Center gym. But here in the Walther Center, we've got Florida, California, Battle of the Coasts. Florida able to get a stop here in the first possession of the third quarter, and we are away. Knocked around. It's going to stay with Florida. Silas Dunn over here to the sideline. And sorting out the shot clock here. You're going to be 28 on the shot clock. The junior Dunn here on the side for First Baptist Academy from Florida. Only one senior in the core of this Lions roster, and he's got the ball right now, Carlos Leal Orozco. We've got 3 on the Long Beach side of proceedings, Gonzalez, Harris, and Delaney. A lot of juniors. We've got 4 juniors in the starting lineup for the Lions, and they're going to have to dig in here. Joshua White against Max Gonzalez on the ball at that moment. Probably the best one-on-one matchup of the game so far, but a lot of balance between these two teams. 22-15, still the score, about 40 seconds into the quarter. Both sides looking for their first of the second half. Fumbled by Mirabal. And we're back in play for Long Beach, 22-15. Gonzalez looks at Areola for a second. Now comes to his right. Tries to work his way through. And they're going to jump ball that one. Coming back Cooper City's direction. Mirabal coming back down and will inbound to White. Long Beach has varied up their pressure packages throughout this game. A couple different ways to blitz the ball handler. Josh White now comes out, has space. Cooper City hasn't tried looking at from 3 all that frequently. And so Long Beach is condensing the paint on them. Areola comes away with that. And Delaney now coming up with that. Pulls up quickly, but is going to be short on that one. And we've got Orozco with this one here. White finds Dunn. Orozco now finds it. Dunn looks at it from outside. A little bit flat-footed. And stopping possession here, sorting through it. The shot clock having some issues here. And sorting out the shot clock as it's resetting to 28. Both sides figuring this one out here. And as really neither side has been able to find a breakthrough, we've got a little bit more of that first quarter kind of feel where neither side was able to hit a field goal after Villarreal's opening three for about the next 6 minutes. Neither side has scored in the first 2:04 rather of this quarter. And right now, as the shot clock is getting worked on, we'll step away for a second and come back with you in a second. If you're just tuning in, we're having some clock issues here in the third quarter. The shot clock is resetting to 28 instead of 35, and so trying to get everything worked back out with that. Long Beach up 22-15 here in the early stages of the third quarter. A pretty hectic second quarter, seeing a bit more scoring. The first and third quarters both pretty low in terms of actually getting the ball through the hoop. Looks like we've got everything worked out here, and so 6:05 left in the third quarter. Back out to 35 seconds on the shot clock. Let's see if we've got this one from here. 22-15, defenders in white defending, Lions in navy trying to cut the margin. Finds White outside. Long two, can't get it to go. Travis Massey up and down with it. Maximus Gonzalez leading the charge on most possessions, at least in the early going, for Long Beach. Good box out by Mirabal. White with the ball, down 5. Let's see if they can get it down to one possession here with a score. Dunn now on the left wing. Another long one by White, not able to get that one. Off of Delaney's hands to his teammate Gonzalez. Long Beach gets it. And they're going to call an offensive foul there against Gonzalez, 22-17. One field goal made in the 2.5 minutes here. White now getting a little bit of pressure from Ariel. He's got to find his way over. And Carlos Leal Orozco tries to get it inside to Mirabal. Delaney comes down with it. And Long Beach will retain possession on the jump ball call. Five left in the third. Margin is 5. Gonzalez finds Harris in the corner. Delaney to his left. Guarded pretty tightly by Dunn. And a tough finish by the sophomore Nathaniel Villarreal. He opened the scoring with the corner 3, but hasn't been all that involved on the offensive end since then. but making the most of his opportunity in the lane. Adds one more from the free throw line. White's got Dunn to his left if the press comes, as it does. Tries to sneak it through to Orozco, who taps it to Massey. And yet, as it got through to him, his foot grazing over the ball is going to lead to the kickball call there. 25-17, 4:43 to go in this third quarter. It's been weird momentum in this game. We've had some pretty slow moments, and then we've had a really tight second quarter. Josh White, quick hands. Hard to get a jump ball off of a live dribble, but as Gonzalez tried to work his way through, White was able to get that one. And we've got a one-on-one matchup here. Now Dunn looking against Areola. Leal Orozco. White, and we're just moving it back and forth around the perimeter yet. 12 on the shot clock. White pulls up from 3 and is going to get, I believe, the first 3 of the game for Cooper City. And so we've got a 5-point margin here. 8 had been Long Beach's largest of the day. Back out to 8 with Jesse Delaney responding from distance. White working his way past a variety of defensive options by the defenders. Finds Massey, who sees the ball tapped, but no contact there to get a call. 28-20, Delaney onto his right. Splits and hits in the lane. And the largest margin so far at 10 is going to lead Cooper City to call a timeout. The Lions at 20, defenders at 30. 3:20 left in the third quarter of this one. This one has been back and forth throughout, but Long Beach getting a bit of advantage, getting a bit of margin, and making it pay here in the last couple of minutes. Cooper City got their first 3 of the game just a couple of seconds ago from Joshua White. And so we're going to see if they start pulling up from distance more or if they maintain more of their inside focus. We haven't seen the ball find junior Travis Massey as much recently. He had some impressive moments in the second quarter. Let's see if they're able to involve him, add some inside to the inside-out game, and right on cue. I don't normally look that prophetic, but I will take it here as they get it to Massey in the post, and he hits off the glass. 30-22 into the corner, and Villarreal not able to get that one. Josh White coming up the court for the Lions, down 8, and Villarreal almost full-on jumped that. White from 3, little bit short from distance. Areola finds Jesse Delaney. Delaney coming up. Carlos Leal Orozco meets him. Delaney probably the most inclined of anyone in this game to pull up from 3, although Max Gonzalez taking his opportunity there. And so the Lions defense starting to be a little bit stretched along the way. Massey finds Orozco, who has to work through the defenders. Lions call timeout as the defenders of the defenders swarm. Chance to reset down 11, 2:09 left in this one, and start planning their close to this quarter. Timeout coming with 20 on the shot clock, 2:09 left in this, 33-22. Long Beach in white, Cooper City in navy. And we haven't seen a lot of changes in lineups for these teams. And so a lot of times you think about a timeout as a strategic change. As you get down into the later stages of the game, that's certainly going to happen at some point, I'm sure. But also giving these guys a little bit of a breather. We saw Josiah Poblete check in briefly for Long Beach earlier towards the very end of the second quarter. We've seen Nathan Dalberis. We've seen Nathan Dalberis check in briefly for Cooper City. And we've got back in play here. Massey tries to go up and over with this, not able to get it. And coming back down. And probably a correct whistle, but a late whistle coming in on that. Gonzalez trying to work his way through back to the ball. And Cooper City hoping they'd gotten a turnover there. Staying with Long Beach. Delaney now looking, trying to work off of Orozco. Hits for three. And that one's going to push this one out as open as it's gotten today, 36-22. And Orozco saying there was nothing on the contest. Ref saying that he called it for getting in his landing space. Dunn now gets it here, and this one's going to stay with Cooper City into the backcourt, but off of a deflection, not of them heading back themselves. Dunn and White coming back. No early signs of pressure from Long Beach. We'll see if they spring this one late. Gets on to his left, and foul called in the post. They were looking at Travis Massey, trying to get that into him. And they're going to ring him up for Gonzalez taking the ball up the court. Dunn looks like the guy who will get the early assignment. 37-22. The 3-point we'll charitably call a pass. We'll call both of those passes good post-entry passes, less effective 3-point shots. And Massey not able to finish. Jesse Delaney coming back down 105. If they work, they can go 2 for 1. And that one's going to get onto his right in the finish. We're going to have 21 seconds difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Enough time if Cooper City finds something right away. And Silas Dunn, able to find some space and knife in. Gonzalez now moving. Tries to work his way through. Taps it out. We've got an opportunity for Cooper City here if they can finish. And the foul call accurate, but coming in right before the ball got to an open, done for the finish. Still a chance at 2. Orozco's just going to have to do it the slightly harder way from the line. 39-24, the current score. Hits the first, 25. We've got the freshman Mac Comartin coming in for the junior Travis Massey. Massey at 3 fouls. Dunn comes up and not able to get that one there. 25 on the clock as Delaney spins into space, taps his chest. Looks like he's going to try to work here. Gives it back to Gonzalez. Dunn getting up, trying to pressure him, make him think about it, maybe move a bit faster here. 9 left. Gonzalez gets all the way down. 5 left. White's going to have to hustle. Shot's got to go up if it will. Up in time. Front of the rim. But not able to get that one to go. 41-25. Biggest margin of the game so far. Cooper City work to do. In a minute from now, as the fourth quarter will tip off, 41. One quarter to play in the last of the qualifier matchups. This round is going to trim the tournament from 12 to 8, with the quarterfinals kicking off right after this. First Baptist versus First Baptist. Long Beach in white with the 41-25 lead. Cooper City in navy come across the country from the greater Miami area. They're going to have to fight their way back in. Quick hands by Orozco gets the deflection, but it's going to stay with Long Beach. White almost jumps that one. And a more active defense by the Lions. They're going to use this as their attempt. Throw this curveball. You don't want to show it too early, but you've got enough margin. You can't save this for 2 minutes left. This is their opportunity. Delaney finds Villarreal, finds Gonzalez. Back to the corner. Hits it. 44-25. Cooper City's got to move. Inbounding pretty quickly. Long Beach maybe showing more wrinkles typically in their defense. Villarreal gets his hands to it on the Long Beach side of things. And Gonzalez not able to get it done. Hits the spin and goes all the way to the hoop. Between the spin and a little bit of a slowdown on that one, opening up some space for him well. And that one's going to be another one against Carlos Leal Orozco. Christian Harris now on the baseline. Haven't seen a lot of pressure from Cooper City so far, but now they're starting to show different ones. Villarreal to Delaney. And Delaney pulls from outside. Mirabal with the board there. Freeze done. And Leal Orozco in and gets it. 44-29. 6.5 left in this one. Gonzalez turns the corner. Can he go all the way? Tries to finish over the contest. And is going to head to the line for 2 on that one. Gonzalez heads to the line for 2 to extend the margin. Rattles the first out. And Gonzalez is good. On the second, Long Beach calls a timeout immediately. 45-29, 6:19 left in this one. We'll be back with you on the other side of this timeout.
Blue 11 has 4. Wait. How many y'all got on Blue 11? Yeah.
Long Beach retaking the court in white. Cooper City in navy. The Lions in navy have work to do. 16 down, 6 and change to go in this fourth quarter. Joshua White bringing the ball up against Areola. Silas Dunn into the lane. He got a good finish on a fast break earlier. He's going to get called for a travel here. Gonzalez is now going to work against White. Areola trying to flash free on the baseline. Delaney here up top. Looks for Harris in the corner. And Harris hasn't been shooting much this game, but he made that one count. White tries to look through for Mirabal. And Gonzalez off his knee, getting ready to slide out of bounds. Dunn grabs it. He's got space to finish, does so. 48-31, 17-point game. Long Beach rushing it in. And they're going to get the travel call on that one. Been calling this one tight all day. 5:21 here, 17-point game. And they're going to set that one up on the fan-sided sideline. White with a bit of space. Finds Carlos Leal Orozco. Gets into Mirabal. Loses it, looking for a call. Delaney, Villarreal hits it. 5 minutes left exactly. 50-31 is this one. And the pace of this game has been up at times and down at times. It is up right now as a pretty hectic one here in the late going. Long Beach comfortable pressing up a bit on defense or stretching out on offense. Cooper City needing to work their way back into it. And just kind of all combining into this one here. Finds Mirabal. White from outside. Can't hit it. Dunn goes back up and gets it, though. 17-point game with 4:40. Gonzalez to Delaney, right back to Gonzalez. Didn't change his position on the court much, but opening up some space to burn off some time. Good find by Dunn. Orozco not able to hit, but Mirabal does after too many steps. Long Beach dodges a score there. 4:15 left in this one. Margin is 17. The Lions need passing lanes and threes. Delaney shoots quickly, but not able to get it. White finds a man, tipped away, but Orozco gets up and tips that over, keeping the possession alive, and it'll culminate in a Lions score. Big steal by Orozco. He's got men on him, and that's going to get ripped out by Gonzalez. stays with Cooper City, but Long Beach now has a chance to dig in and defend after that foul call against Gonzalez. Orozco on the baseline. Lions lined up. Let's see where this one goes. 50-35, under 4 left. Swings around quickly. White dances. They've been clear enough where that whistle line is going to be this game, and Long Beach comes back with it. Over the midcourt stripe, quickly enough to Delaney. And Harris to Areola. Finds Gonzalez again. Eyeing up Villarreal down low. But the Lions are going to swarm that one. And able to slow that one down to come up with a good shot is done. 13-point game. 3:01 left. Long Beach still with a commanding lead, but any comeback, obviously, you're down by this much in the fourth quarter. You got to get offense and defense by Cooper City, but you can defend as much as you want. You still got to have the ball go through the hoop enough, and they've been able to get that. Silas Dunn has come up with a couple of impressive buckets down low, coming off of a cut, driving into the lane, finishing off of others' passes. And so his work inside, even though if he's not a big in play style per se, his ability to finish inside has been big for the Lions as they've been working their way back. First Baptist, Cooper City got to work their way back, though. First Baptist Long Beach hasn't been pressuring the ball much. You wonder if they're going to start throwing a wrinkle in order to try to find a killer turnover, or if they're just going to sit back and force Cooper City to grind through their set half-court defense on their attempted path to a comeback. Both sides retaking the floor now. Cooper City getting ready to come back. Gonzalez gets across the line, guarded by White, able to turn the corner. Dunn's got help. He's just got one man to beat, and a very tactical foul by Harris. That's the time to burn it. And if he'd been able to turn the corner, had two open guys heading to the hoop. 50-37, 2:52 left. Dunn to White. Lions need to score as quickly as possible. Orozco gets around to pick. Massey gets the ball, but after some nifty finishing earlier in the game, not able to get that one there. That foul is on number 10, Mirabal. Gonzalez coming up with it. 2.5 left. Delaney and Areola out there to help him. And they're going to say deflected back across the line, freeing them into the backcourt. Areola trying to work his way through. Finds Delaney up top. Short. And the tip goes to Massey. White on the run. And this one is going to bog down a little bit in foul calls here. 2:10. 13-point game. Every possession counts. If you are Cooper City, every denial is a win if you are Long Beach. Tied up high. Jump ball call stays with Florida. California with the lead Florida with the ball. Mirabal looking around. Finds White. Finds Massey. Comes up. Feels the contact. Knows he's going to get an opportunity at the free throw line. 13-point game. Chance to trim it to 11. Good on the first free throw. Lining up for the second. Splashes the second. 11-point game, 2:04 left. Long Beach been pretty composed. They're not too prone to turnovers. But Cooper City bringing more pressure than other times. White right up on Gonzalez. Delaney now facing a double. Able to get it over to Gonzalez. Gets it to his left. It might do it. Margin out at 13. White dancing with Areola on him. Dunn to his left. And this one's going to come back to Long Beach with 1.5 left. And with Cooper City not specifically bringing fouls now, we're probably seeing this one out. But Massey's going to pick this one and keep the excitement going. Carlos Leal Orozco able to hit. Gonzalez with the ball, 11-point lead, 70 seconds left. Over the top to Delaney, gets it. Finds Harris. Finds Villarreal. And back out to Gonzalez. And this one's going to reset with Long Beach. 16 on the shot clock. Areola has it, finds Harris. And that one is going to be scored by Villarreal. Under a minute left. A really hard-fought game from both sides, but I think at this point we're probably hitting the limits of the math. And Long Beach is going to cause a turnover here. Offensive foul by Ethan Mirabal. 7 seconds difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Looking at one more possession by both teams, you'd have to imagine. Villarreal finds Delaney. They just want to keep the ball ticking along here. Able to find Areola. And Josh White will get it as the shot clock turns off. Orozco up and in. 11-point game. Gonzalez just having to see this one out. And Delaney to Gonzalez will just about do us here. As by a 54-43 margin, the defenders of First Baptist Long Beach take down the Lions of First Baptist Cooper City, Florida. Sometimes this game was electric on offense. Sometimes it was gritty on defense. Always one that both teams put their all into. Long Beach moves on to an 8 p.m. game back here in the Walther Center against the 3-seeded Indiana Christian. And this qualifier sees the end of Cooper City's tournament run. We'll be back in about 12 minutes or so for the first of our quarter-final matchups. High Street of Columbus, Ohio, taking on Harvest Temple in our quarterfinal matchup. Harvest Temple had to win at 12:30 over Tabernacle from Martinsville, Indiana, in order to reach this stage. Let's see if the team from Clyde, Ohio, can take down the side from Columbus, Ohio, on their way. 54-43 was their final. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'm doing commentary, but not PA. I'm just doing it for the straight. Welcome back to the Walther Center for the first quarterfinal men's matchup. We've got the Crusaders from Ohio taking on the Crusaders from Ohio as High Street and Harvest Temple will face off. High Street coming into this matchup as the number 1 seed, Harvest Temple as the number 9 seed, and so they had to go through the qualifying round, playing at 12:30, winning by 4, and turning around just an hour and a half later for this one. This is High Street's first game of the day, and so Harvest hoping that there's at least no rust on their side of things as they play about as close to a back-to-back as we get here. High Street looking to come out fresh in this one. We've got on Harvest Temple's side the Wyrick brothers, Lucas and Travis. We've got Thomas Ash, Grayson Harner, and Sam Leonetti. On High Street, we've got Brendan Childers, Robert McGraw, Devontrell Jackson, Deltrevion Jackson, and Ty Grice. Lucas Wyrick with the ball here, number 12, facing a bit of a double right away. Comes up and over the top, finds the pass to Samuel Leonetti, who is able to just finish over the outstretched arm of the defender in white. High Street from Columbus, Ohio in white. Harvest Temple from Clyde, Ohio in black and green. We're going to have an offensive 3 seconds called against Tyshawn Grice. And so Harvest Temple in black coming back with the ball and the early 2-0 lead. High Street coming up with doubles. And patrolling on the back end is number 3, Brendan Childers, the sophomore. And certainly, you know, High Street is going to be hoping for opportunities like that. Leonetti swats it, forcing the reset by High Street. And can't quite get the hook. Can High Street knocked away and stays with the Columbus side on offense. Turns the corner, does the senior Robert McGraw, one of 2 seniors in the starting lineup for High Street, as well as Devontrell Jackson, number 21, providing on-ball pressure. Harvest Temple been looking deep in some of the early going in order to try to break some of the opportunities. Leonetti goes up, almost gets it, forces the adjustment, and picked by McGraw, shorts it, and this one is about as high octane as you can get here in the early going. Looks for the feed, gets an early timeout. 2 minutes and 1 second into this one, tied 2-2. And both sides playing at a pretty high pace here in the early going. High Street showing a willingness to come out and double. Harvest Temple trying to pass over, around, and through. And Coach Wyrick for Harvest Temple, even while retaining the ball, saw something that he wanted to address here in the early going. Looking to have the most game to apply the instructions possible. And so just 2 minutes and 1 second into this first quarter, we've already gotten our first timeout. High Street and Harvest Temple coming out with this one. And Harvest Temple originally went back out in their own backcourt, but they had it on the baseline, so they're getting into position now. Lucas Wyrick with the ball on the baseline, looking around. tipped up and over. And the hard foul by number 24, Travis Wyrick. Just got to make it a business decision to drive inside. Deltrevion Jackson, the sophomore, now with an opportunity to break the tie from the line. Good on the first. And though a bit more bumpily, good on the second, 4-2 High Street. We're going to see our first substitution of the game before way too long, as the sophomore Josh Leonetti looks to enter the game for Harvest Temple. Number 24, Travis Wyrick, hits from outside to take back the lead. 5-4 Harvest Temple. High Street coming back down. A battle of Ohio, almost jumped by the senior Thomas Ash. And the three by Brendan Childers not able to go. Leonetti hangs strong, coming down with the board, able to find a teammate. And Wyrick back. Gets it here. Finds Leonetti. And High Street with the ball. A lot of hands in passing lanes so far in this one. Chance for the reverse fast break layup. Little too much on it. Senior Grayson Harner comes back with it. And keeping some players back to help advance the ball here. Leonetti inside. Not able to get the shot up before some contact. And Harner goes up. Jackson goes up higher. Refs coming to the table and warning any other rim hangs will come with a technical. But setting it up with a warning here to begin with, we've got 22 and 23, Joshua Leonetti and Ryder Schaefer coming into the game for Harvest. Harvest Temple in black and green. High Street in white with navy and orange. 6-5 High Street here in the early going. Wyrick works inside. Can't get it. Leonetti gets it back. And that's going to be ripped away by McGraw, who tries to go all the way. Little too much sauce on it. And that's going to come back to Harvest. Travis Wyrick with the ball here, looking around for his options. Finds Ryder Schaefer, the freshman. Now it's back to the senior Lucas Wyrick. High Street coming out. Harvest Temple comfortable enough, but you can tell they're feeling some of the pressure. And the alley-oop layup. Wyrick receives from Leonetti, and away we go. Working on the left-hand side, finds Leonetti down low, gets it back. And that's going to be stripped by Childers. Into the corner. And Isaac McGraw coming off the bench to hit that one there. Pushed out to 11-5. High Street, just under 3 minutes left in this first quarter. Ryder Schaefer working against some of the pressure here. And that's going to be 5 there. We've got subs coming in. We've got number 1, Isaac Gullett, and number 13, the senior Thomas Ash, checking back into the game. And refs working through this one here. McGraw bringing this one up for High Street. Ball moving around here. And into the high post. Bounces around a couple of times. But Childers' shot not able to go. And so it's going to be Travis Wyrick working up around a pick here. Samuel Leonetti gets it over. And this one's going to find number 21, Devontrell Jackson, up with the layup and in. He's got to get some help here. And Thomas Ash bringing the ball up. Little too high. Misread Leonetti coming up versus going deeper. And High Street coming back with the ball. Jackson across the court to his brother. Number 30, McGraw, not able to get it. And Travis Wyrick is going to bring this one up. Number 21, Devontrell Jackson, waiting for him, but giving him some space beforehand. Wyrick finds an open man and not able to hit the first or the follow-up. It's coming back High Street direction. Devontrell Jackson slides through, but it's going to be tipped away. And so we've got subs coming in. We've got number 2, Mason Beller, and number 1, D'Angelo Grice, into the game on the High Street side of things. Travis Wyrick with the ball is going to get picked here as McGraw comes up behind on the blind side. Grice enters the game and immediately able to hit from outside. The freshman contributing in his first minutes. And Devontrell Jackson with the steal, with the score. Travis Wyrick working up against Jackson's pressure. And they're going to catch him for the reach in on that one. Foul on number 21. The score is 18-5. It was 6-5 before High Street opened up a 12-0 run. 53-3 left in the first quarter on this one. Subs coming in now. We've got number 1, Isaac Gullett. Number 12, Lucas Wyrick coming back in.
This is a regular game. This is not Rick.
Lucas Wyrick, often a leading scorer and player for the Harvest Temple Crusaders. He's got a bit of his own flu game going on right now, so they're having to pick his spots and minutes a little bit more than they otherwise would. 40 seconds left, but going to be about 4 different between the shot clock and the game clock as High Street looks to tie a bow on a strong first quarter, weathering some early pressure, but have come back with some hot shooting. 18 left in the quarter. Wyrick looking around, facing a bit of a double, pulls it back out, gets it to his brother, 9 left. Gets it to Thomas Ash. Back to Wyrick, pulls up, and that one is going to be short, but time is out before the offensive tip away can find the junior Gullett. 21-5, High Street came out hot, especially at the end of the first quarter. We'll be back with you on the other side of this minute break. And here at the start of the second quarter, after being within about one for the first portion of the first quarter, High Street pulled away in the back half and lead 21-5 right now. Pushing it over to the far side, Robert McGraw is going to hit from three. We've seen D'Angelo Grice come off the bench and hit a couple of threes. And contributing there is the senior from Columbus, Ohio. You're not going to hear states and you're not going to hear team nicknames as much because both of these teams are Crusaders from Ohio. But Brendan Childers from High Street, Columbus, dancing through the Harvest Temple from Clyde, Ohio defense. Wyrick looking away from a screen, now finds Ash. Bouncing it around. High Street's come up with some doubles at times, more so looking to have high single pressure here. Leonetti. And the ball keeps moving. There's 7 on the shot clock, though. They're going to have to come up with one fast. And this one's going to be up and good by the senior, Samuel Leonetti. Brendan Childers with the ball. Still Travion Jackson. We've got a bit of semi-transition here. If the senior Ash can finish. Leans in, absorbs some contact well, and he's going to have an opportunity at the line for 2. 26-7. High Street living up to their 1-seed billing in the early going. Thomas Ash, a little short on the first. Rattles it around. We're going to have substitutions going on for here. Joshua Leonetti coming in. And you'll see different strategies here as Ash rattles that one around and in. 26-8 the score. A couple of the games that I've gotten to call here so far have not had almost any substitutions. Both teams pretty willing to substitute here. And moving the ball around pretty quickly is High Street. Finds the corner, but not able to find a really good opening just yet. Down into the post, Tyshawn George, or rather Tyshawn Grice. Harvest Temple going to get the stop here. And Travis Wyrick looking to the corner. 14 looking for some help. And this one's going to be stolen by Devontrell Jackson. Up with the floater, and that's good. 28-8. And number 14, Aiden Lord, the junior, has checked into the game here a couple minutes ago, providing some ball handling options. Just trying to stretch the defense from the corner. In and out. In the first game, we saw some pretty unforgiving rims. We're seeing them pop back up here. Travis to Lucas, the Wyrick brother connection. And Sam Leonetti comes down with it, sandwiched between two defenders. The ball comes to Harvest Temple, not able to convert. High Street comes away with the ball. Going to call a timeout. 5:01 here left in the second quarter. It's 28-8. High Street with the early advantage. Well, here at 3:30, we've got the first of all of our quarterfinals. In the Student Life Center gym, the ladies' quarterfinal bracket is kicking off. It's First Baptist of Rosemount, Minnesota, taking on First Baptist of Long Beach, California. The winner will play in here at 8 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. All of the men's tournament will be here in the Walther Center and on this feed from here on out. And so if you are an interested party, quite possibly from somewhere in Ohio, that is watching this one, you're going to be on tap for another game at 11 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow against the winner of the next game. So if your team wins and you want to do some scouting, stick around for the next one and see how it goes. If you're scouting High Street, you're going to have to put a nifty little turnaround shot by Tyshawn Grice into the report. Smooth finish by the sophomore in contributing to his Crusaders total. And this one's going to get counted as offensive foul. We're going to have subs coming in. We've got 13 and 15. Thomas Ash and Grayson Harner, both starters, checking back into the game for Harvest Temple. About 4 and change in this one. It's 30-8 as the shooting breaks and the defensive play have been going High Street's way so far. And an offensive board here. Devontrell Jackson able to keep the play alive. Splashed by the senior Robert McGraw. Lucas Wyrick bringing this one up here. Gets a bit of a pick from Thomas Ash to open some things up. And it looks like we're going to have a full-on line change by High Street at the next opportunity. And we are going 5 for 5 with new faces coming in. We've got the junior Mason Beller. We've got Daley Jackson, Israel Palacios, Isaac McGraw, and one more player as soon as I can catch it, and Joshua Banks, all checking into the game. We've got the bench mob coming out for High Street at this point. It looks like we're going to see some new faces on the Harvest Temple side of things as well, as senior Israel Palacios is able to go from outside. 36-8. Harner sets a pick. Wyrick finds Leonetti, who's going to get tied up. Got a jump ball staying on Harvest Temple's side of things. And we've got the freshman, Chris Holmes, checking in along with number 23, Ryder Schaefer. Schaefer is going to get the ball here and set up. Ash flashing in front of him. Now the ball is going to find Travis Wyrick. Turns the corner, finds Holmes, and not quite able to get the touch to fall. Good look. Good pick and roll dish there. Mason Beller now looking around. And number 30 is going to not quite be able to connect. Isaac McGraw. 2.5 minutes left here, 36-8. High Street in their first game of the day. Harvest Temple having played an hour and a half before. The fresh legs certainly don't hurt. High Street's been executing well on both ends of the floor. Certainly want to credit them along the way. And number 11 for High Street is going to pull up. Grayson Harner here, powering up into the front court after that rebound, setting his team up there. Wyrick handling Harner. And some give-and-go play there as Travis Wyrick is going to pull up from the corner, sending him into double digits. It's 36-11 here, minute and a half left in the second quarter. High Street gets it into the low post, and a nice finish by Israel Palacios. We've got a timeout, 1:15 left in this quarter. 38-11 High Street in white with navy orange trim. Harvest Temple in black and green. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Exciting. Travis Wyrick, number 24 for Harvest Temple, bringing it up here. We got just over a minute left. If Harvest moves, they can get 2 more shots out of this one, regardless of High Street's timing. Grayson Harner presenting some pick options. This one's going to stay with Harvest here. They're burning this one most of the way down. Wyrick's going to have to look at this one pretty soon. Pulls up from deep. A little bit short with it. Harner gets a hand to it, but not able to pull that one in. Jackson coming up the court for High Street. End of the corner. And splashed by the junior Isaac McGraw. Shot clock is off. Travis Wyrick looking for one final shot of the half. It's going to be back with him. You know, High Street would like to force it away. Harvest willing to involve more of their players. And that one's going to be no good by the freshman, Chris Holmes. We got a second left here. And to the left, that one falls. 41-11, the score at the halftime break. Battle of Ohio. High Street with the early advantage. We'll be back on the other side of halftime. Yep. Yeah, I saw that. So they can come do this. So
You're being biased?
I don't know if it's from the. I think some of them were from the previous game. I don't think I was, but you know.
There's not really been a game to be biased about.
I think it was. I think it was from the previous game, which was more back and forth.
Gotcha.
But like one which was kind of sitting around at about 10. So
I got 3 timeouts left.
Like if Cooper City wants to come back, it's like, okay, well, what am I going to do? Yeah, just kind of throw it on the switch again, and still at it. Yep, they haven't given up. So you got to do whatever, but it's fine. So
You ain't gonna make it.
from the city of Rio. Picking up in the second half, it's High Street from Columbus, Ohio, and Harvest Temple from Clyde, Ohio. Same state, battling each other out here in California. And we've got a big early lead by High Street Columbus. They're the 1 seed. The way that the tournament sets up here, usually pool play is stratified a little bit. And so some of the larger schools or with better records that year are, and a good pass in, Leonetti not quite able to finish, are going to be pooled together so that pool play is a bit more competitive along the way. Really nice finish there by Tyshawn Grice, the sophomore. And so whoever comes out as the top of Pool A is always who all eyes will be on in knockout play. Well, that team is High Street in white, and with their first half lead, it's easy to see what teams have been able to see in them at their best. Number 2, Mason Beller, the junior, scoring there. Harvest Temple, battling through Group C, came out, won at 12:30 today in order to qualify for the quarterfinals, but with arguably their best player sick and trying to play through. You see him right there, number 12, Lucas Wyrick. The near back-to-back and the step up, tough to overcome here in the early going. Wyrick driving here, gets it onto his right hand, going left, takes some touch on the finish and is able to get that one in. We've got a substitute-heavy second half lineup by High Street. Both sides have been pretty willing to mix and match along the way. And that one's going to be tapped out by Harvest Temple, but it's going to give them a breather. We've got a substitute coming in as Grayson Harner is going to check out and Joshua Leonetti going to check in. Got Dalashon Jackson with the ball. Now back to Beller. Finds Tyshawn Grice. Back to Jackson, moving it around the perimeter. And at the shot clock, are not able to get that one to go. Wyrick bringing it up on the right. And is looking for the insert. And a clean finish from the sophomore, Joshua Leonetti, checking into the game and immediately able to contribute. And back around the perimeter, Palacios with a nice feed in. And number 23, Joshua Banks, not able to finish through pressure, but not just pressure, also contact, and he'll now have his chance at the line. Banks just a little deep on the first, not going to get that one to go. He's got a second opportunity coming up here and is able to get that one for one. 47-15 as we hit 5 minutes in the third quarter. Wyrick getting a double. High Street was bringing more bodies earlier on and kind of backed off a little bit, picking their spots for it now. Over to the corner, trying to turn the corner, not quite able to get there, is number 22, Joshua Leonetti. Absorbs some contact, draws a whistle along the way. Thomas Ash gets the ball. Now back to Leonetti. We got 2 Wyricks, 2 Leonettis, and Thomas Ash. Samuel Leonetti finishing with his left hand. Some good touch there as well. 47-17. Mason Beller with the ball for High Street. Now back to Grice. We've seen these two often be the ones, along then with Dalashon Jackson getting the ball, but we saw Palacios with the pass in. We got another good one finding Banks inside by Grice. And so High Street getting an opportunity to get some players who might be bits and pieces, bench players if the margin was a little different, but getting them the opportunity to get some run, knowing that, you know, you gotta have everyone contribute in order to come away with a tournament title. That's definitely going to be their goal, given what they've already put on the court in the early going of this tournament. We've got number 23, Ryder Schaefer, the freshman, checking in for Harvest Temple. High Street in white, Harvest Temple in black. Palacios, Beller, Jackson, Grice. He gets to his left, shoots with his right. And Banks has had some tough work down low against the Harvest Temple defense. It's got to feel good to have it go through the hoop as it did there. Rattles out Lucas Wyrick with the board. And able to get that one onto his right, but tries to find the pass, and Grice gets it. Can't quite pick out Beller on the run, and we're going to stay with Harvest Temple. Lucas Wyrick setting up top. And will find his brother to the left. Options presenting on Travis's left. Now Lucas will slip out. And Joshua Leonetti able to get into the jump shot, pick up the contact, not able to convert, but he'll have a chance to earn 2 at the line. 2:50 left in the third quarter here. It's 49-17 in favor of High Street. Joshua Leonetti chipping into that one. Schaefer coming off. Gullett checking in. And in and out by Joshua Leonetti. Coming back by Dalashon Jackson, number 10. Finds Beller. Grice operating in that high post free throw area. He's looked comfortable and decisive there when he's needed to make plays. Just couldn't get the shot to go. And this one's going to be High Street ball coming back. 2:22 here in the third. 49-18 is the score. Harvest mostly sitting off on defense, forcing High Street to try to work their way through or shoot their way over. Leonetti with a big block. Lucas Wyrick bringing it up. And he'll pull up right into 3, but that one will rotate out. Samuel Leonetti comes over for the offensive putback. Palacio surveys, now swings it back. Grice again in the high post. Thought that he was going to get a cutter. Not able to get that one in. And so we've got number 30, Isaac McGraw, checking in as Tyshawn Grice checks out. One and a half left in the third quarter of this one. Harvest Temple looking to put some points on the board. Wyrick finds Leonetti, who will pick up some contact and earn a trip to the line. Foul's going to be called against the junior Beller. Left on the first. And Samuel Leonetti, the senior, sets up at the line, hits the second, splits the trip to the stripe. Senior Thomas Ash coming to the scores table will check in at some point in the near future. About a minute left. Coach Manus for High Street has pretty much rolled with the same lineup here. We've got McGraw on the ball just there, who had just checked in. He gets it back now. And he is really just about the one change that's been made this quarter. Letting this lineup run through things. Wyrick on Palacios. And Leonetti looking for an opening. His brother's going to get the offensive board, but can't quite get that one there. McGraw gets it. Shot clock is off as we're at about 30. Jackson on the left looking at his options. Beller gets in for a floater. Not quite able to drop that one in. 18 left. Wyrick gets the ball. Probably going to slow this one down. And he's calculating when he needs to start up his move. He's got a pick that won't come through. Dishes it to his brother. That's going to be too far on the baseline. Entering the fourth quarter on the other side of this minute break. 51-21. High Street in white looking comfortable as they look to see this one out. We'll be back with you in a minute. Back in the fourth quarter of this one. And Wyrick to Wyrick will set things up for Harvest Temple. Both teams from Ohio traveling out here to California. Both teams having a successful tournament so far. But it is High Street who are comfortably cruising through this one. Jackson finds Beller. Beller finds space in the corner, but is not able to convert that one. Mark sees Ash on his right, goes to his left, gets up for the right-hand attempt. Leonetti is going to have that knocked away. Palacios comes down with that board. And Beller is going to do a nice job working through traffic to find an open man. Jackson not able to hit from outside. And the deep shot. Not able to find a man. High Street did well at settling underneath that. Harvest Temple bringing the ball up. And after some moments of press and pressure, both sides playing pretty straightforward defense at this point. Travis Wyrick now looking for Samuel Leonetti. Gets a little too deep down to the baseline to have enough space to pull back for that. Beller finds Palacios. A good feed, a good run, and a good finish. That's the sort of thing that if you are a coach looking at players who probably aren't typically the ones soaking up minutes for you, that is a good kind of sign. That's the sort of thing that you want to see, even if it's not changing the win probability of the game. Going to get a foul call as Daly Jackson tries to jump that pass. Almost picked it and went back the other direction, but not able to come away with it. Palacios against Wyrick. And gets him down into the corner. Finds Leonetti. And he's going to be short on that one. It's coming back High Street direction. 5:42 left in this one. 53-21. High Street looking to play at 11 a.m. Pacific time in a semifinal in the Walther Center. They'll take on either 4-seeded Newport Christian or 5-seeded First Baptist of Plattsmouth, Nebraska in that matchup. If you're interested in seeing those two teams face off, they're going to be the next game after this one. So any friends from Columbus who want to do a bit of advanced scouting, just stay on the stream, have a late dinner, or you might have already eaten. And a good job jumping that one by Daly Jackson. Palacios not able to finish. Board by number 1, Isaiah Gullett. Some years this tournament has had a loser's bracket. That's not the case this year. And so after pool play, the bracket is single elimination. Beller bringing this one up. And Coach Manus has trusted him to pretty much orchestrate the offense. There's been nice contributions, certainly, from all over this Crusaders roster. But in terms of the one coming up and initiating, it's pretty much been the junior, Mason Beller, so far. Wyrick finds Leonetti, and that's going to rattle just out. Up and down by number 10, Chris Holmes. Beller into the lane. He's done more distribution overall so far, but shows off some of the wheels of his own. 3:40 left in this one, 57-23. And pushed forward to Jackson. He's going to try to go all the way with this one, and a tough finish on that one. We're going to have a timeout called by the Harvest Temple side of things. 59-23, your score at the moment, and it looks like we're going to see anyone who hadn't gotten into the game yet get a chance at some additional minutes. We've got Travis Wyrick with the ball. doing some offense initiation. We got number 14, Aiden Lohr, coming up with it. 23, Ryder Schaefer, we've already called out. Grice over to the left. And trying to work his way through. And we've got number 21, Houston Young, on the court, coming past the scores table now for Harvest Temple. Wyrick receives. Holmes and Schaefer looking at him. And Grice is going to get to that one. Some nifty footwork. Can't quite finish on the first, nor on the second, but is going to earn contact on that one. 59-23, 2.5 left. On the ladies' side of things, First Baptist of Rosemount, Minnesota, the 1 seed in their ladies bracket, facing 8-seeded First Baptist of Long Beach, California. We'll bring you those results as we get them. The Rosemount men's side won in the last hour over hosts Lancaster Baptist, and so the Rosemount men will be in here against Suburban Christian from Indianapolis in the 6:30 window. And the fast break finish by number 23, Joshua Banks, for the Columbus-based Crusaders. Wyrick looking from 3. Going to be a little deep on that one. Ryder Schaefer comes away with the board. Now looking to set this one up. Finds Lohr. Brooks now gets it onto his right hand and is going to pick up a foul call there. No one may be happier than the men at the scorer's table getting ready to come in for Harvest Temple. As a reminder, we've got Seahawks and Lions coming up after this one. We've got numbers 2, 5, and 11, Julian Haller, Jared Morrell, and Marshall Brown checking in for Harvest Temple. Chris Holmes stays in on the line, and no sub queued up for him regardless. And Travis Wyrick, the senior, staying in, giving some offense initiation. 1:40 left in this one, 61-25. And working on the clock. High Street able to stay pretty fresh in this one. Really, they only play once today because they didn't have to go through the qualifiers. Nice feed by Beller into Banks. And then with being able to pick up some rest in the second half, they're going to enter tomorrow's 11 a.m. Pacific time matchup fairly fresh. Lucas Wyrick looking for an and one, or rather not Wyrick. Holmes, Chris Holmes, looking for an and one opportunity, will settle for 2 attempts at the line. 1:04 left in this one. Chris Holmes setting up for his second. 1:04 left in this one. Probably looking at one more possession each side. A little too flat to get over the front. Palacios moving fast, and he is going to get a nice finish. Holmes finds Wyrick. And he's going to bring this one up here. Comes around a quick pick. And a turnover there. Palacios finds Beller, who's now going to bring it up and slow it down. 7 is the difference between the shot clock and the game clock. High Street will be playing again at 11 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow with the rights to go to the final on the line, but taking our first men's quarterfinal will be the Crusaders of High Street. Harvest Temple Crusaders, High Street Crusaders going to see this one finish off. And with 3, 2, 1, here we go. High Street takes the win and moves into the semifinals. Harvest Temple came away with a dramatic 4-point win earlier in the day, but sees their run conclude. 65-25, the final score. We're going to be back with you at 5 p.m. as the Seahawks of Newport Christian, wearing white, take on First Baptist of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, wearing black. I won't be on that game, but there's plenty more good basketball to come today, and so we'll be with you then.
Welcome in and thank you for joining us for this West Coast Baptist College Invitational Tournament. We're hosting this semifinal game here in the Walder Center. This will be the Newport Christian School against the Placermouth, Nebraska from First Baptist. It will be the Eagles versus the Lions tonight. Once again, this is your semifinal game. We've had a good day of basketball so far, and we're hoping for some more close games this evening. Both teams coming off a win earlier today, along with a good start in the pool play yesterday that set this bracket that we've been following. All right, starters for the Newport Christian School Eagles. We've got Sammy Roberson, Elijah Azucena, Jeremiah Oregon, Maddox Snook, and Nick Garcelle. And for First Baptist from Nebraska, we've got number 21, Byron Huff, Mac Longworth, number 23, number 24, Cooper Fincher, number 25, Nolan Fincher, and number 32, Drew Tatman. And Nebraska will have it off of the tip. Newport sets up in a 2-3 zone. First Baptist gets the ball inside. Looking a little discombobulated early, but gets an open three. Just short. Newport with the rebound. And number 4, Elijah Ajucena, kicks to the wing. And First Baptist setup looks like a man-to-man. Nearly stole the ball, but it's taken back by Newport. Drive, kick under the basket. It's good. Beautiful drive. Found number 15, Maddox Snook, in the dunker spot on the block for an easy layup behind the defense. Number 23, Mac Longforth, thought about the shot. Doesn't take it. First Baptist moving the ball around. And stolen by Azucena. And we've got a pass right down the middle for a wide open layup. That was number 14, Jeremiah Oregon, with the bucket. Pass that nearly threaded the needle between the defense to get Oregon a wide open layup. And looks like we've got a turnover from First Baptist. May have taken an extra step before pulling up for that three. Newport with the basketball. They work the ball around outside. Looks like he may have shuffled his feet. And now it's going to be First Baptist basketball. So trading a couple of turnovers here early. Just about a minute and a half into this game. Newport is winning 4-0 over First Baptist. First Baptist probably needs to get somebody in the middle. Look, they've just been working the ball around the three-point line, and it works for them there as number 21, Byron Huff, nails the three-pointer. Azucena with the ball. Newport gets it around the three-point line. Azucena drives left, kicks down, and Snook again wide open on the baseline. He's been getting lost in that defense. There's been no help, no recovery from First Baptist. Ball in the corner. Number 25, Nolan Fincher, is trying to work himself open and down low, wasn't able to get it. Turnaround jumper, doesn't fall. Offensive rebound, put back. That doesn't fall either. Another offensive rebound, and that one will fall for number 25, Nolan Fincher. He was working for the ball early in that possession, wasn't able to get it, but works for the offensive board on the third chance points and is able to finish the layup. Corner three. Bang, it's good. That's number 14, Jeremiah Oregon, for three for Newport. Newport leads 9-5 with 5 minutes left in the first quarter. First Baptist works the ball around. Fincher once again trying to get open on the inside. Coach instructing him to keep moving. Newport plays a pretty tight zone. They've been very connected on a string on the defensive end as they get the steal. Azucena takes it up on the break. Short runner is good. Saw some patience there from the point guard. Took the ball up the court slowly and got himself wide open for a good look. First Baptist needs a bucket here to keep this game close. Looks like Oregon got a little bit of arm on that as he fouled number 32, Drew Tatman, who will head to the baseline for this inbound. Substitution for Newport. Looks like number 22, Nick Garcelle, comes out for number 30, Trey Thompson. First Baptist gets the ball to the corner. Open look. Short again. Offensive rebound. Putback no good. Another offensive rebound. And that could be a killer for Newport as they give up another offensive rebound and foul on the inside. Newport's defense has looked good until a shot goes up. They've been struggling to rebound against First Baptist. They have the ball on the baseline set up in a box set for this inbound. And a beautiful play to set up number 24, Cooper Fincher, on the inside. Oregon has a wide open jumper on the baseline. That won't go. Offensive rebound, Snook, who puts it back in. Snook is doing work down low. He's got 3 buckets early on, and Newport has an 11-7 lead with under 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Ball tipped around. Newport is looking to trap when they can. Fincher drives right, crosses over. Sorry, that was Tatman that drove and draws the foul on the inside. It looks like he'll be shooting 2 at the line. Tatman is a very good overall scorer, good all-around player. Got a little bit of size on him, a little bit of length. And he's a very good shooter as he knocks down that first free throw. Second free throw is also good. First Baptist looking to put a little more pressure on the defensive end. And that shot is blocked, but a foul. Looks like it was clean up top. They may call it on the body. That free throw won't fall. That was number 3, Sammy Roverson, at the line. Second free throw falls. Longworth at the top of the key. Takes a few dribbles and gets the ball to the corner. The ball lost. And Azucena's hustling down the floor. Gets the steal and the bucket. The inside hand finish on the break will go, and that stretches this Newport lead to 7 as they lead 16-9. Under 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. First Baptist works the ball around again. May got away with a travel there. Great drive and pass on the inside. Left-handed shot nearly down, but a foul. Longworth will go to the line for 2. See Tatman driving, drawing the attention of the defense, and a great cut from Longworth to get himself decently open on that shot on the inside. And the free throw will fall for the lefty. And the second free throw falls. A successful trip at the line for Mac Longworth. Azucena has the ball for Newport. You see Snook hanging out on the baseline. The crossover and the three-pointer by number 4, Elijah Azucena. Nearly took some angles there and was able to finish the three-pointer. First Baptist works the ball around. Top of the key 3. No good. The rebound will go to Newport. They fight for it and come away. Looking to push it. Got a trailer coming. Nearly stole the ball. Skip pass to the wing. Azucena drives to the right. Gets the ball inside to Snook, who's blocked at the basket. They get the offensive rebound. And Azucena isn't able to get it. Snook unable to get on the follow. And it'll be Faith Baptist basketball, or First Baptist, that is, heading the other way. First Baptist makes another substitution. Longworth will come back into the game. That's a turnover, a travel, and it'll be Newport basketball again. They lead 19-11. Newport able to nearly get the ball to the corner. It was almost stolen, and it will stay on this end of the floor. Newport basketball. Azucena will inbounds on the baseline. Looks like a little bit of shot clock problems. Running a 35-second shot clock for these high schoolers. They get the kinks worked out, and we'll have another inbounds on the baseline. Azucena inbounds to Oregon. Gets it back in the corner. Three-pointer. That won't fall. Strong rebound from Huff, who will bring the ball up the floor for First Baptist. Newport still looking to trap when they get the chance. First Baptist, some good ball movement. Baseline drive. Ball inside, outside. Three-pointer. Good for the lefty. And that's exactly what First Baptist needed to finish off this quarter. We'll see if Newport can answer and keep this lead to above 2 or 3 possessions going into the second quarter. Oregon has the ball. 5 seconds to go. Azucena with the ball, top of the key. And they won't get a shot off. Ball is stolen by First Baptist, who was able to finish out the quarter very strong. It was Longworth with the three-pointer on one end, and then good team defense on the other end to get the stop they needed. End of your first quarter is 19-14. Newport Seahawks are winning this game, and we'll be back with you for the second quarter of action after the break. And we're back for your second quarter of play with the Newport Seahawks playing the First Baptist Lions from Nebraska. Newport working the ball around, get the ball to the free throw line. Right-handed drive. Snook swings the ball to the wing. Skip pass. Back inside. Great ball movement from Newport. A good look, but doesn't go for Newport. And First Baptist will have a chance to be the first ones to strike in this quarter. First Baptist trails 19-14. Tatman has it on the wing. He looks to get it inside and does. The back door was wide open, but they weren't able to get it there. Instead, they'll take the corner three, and that's short. Rebound, Newport tipped back to First Baptist. Ball inside. No good. Snook with the rebound. Azucena will slow it down now for Newport. Ball on the free throw line. Oregon thought about the three, but won't take it. Step back. No good. Strong rebound for First Baptist. No one able to strike yet in this first minute and 15 seconds of play for this second quarter. Number 21, Byron Huff to inbound. First Baptist moving the ball around. Tipped and stolen. Newport gets a 3-on-2 break. Ball out to the wing. Looks like his feet were on the line, but that's no good. Another rebound for number 24, Cooper Fincher. He's had 2 or 3 already just in this quarter alone. Longworth has the ball on the wing. Gets it inside. 2 feet in the paint. He gets it from about the free throw line area. It's number 25, Nolan Fincher. So we have the Fincher brothers doing work on both ends of the floor. Oregon will take the screen. Hands it off to Azucena. Oregon drives left. Goes up with the left hand. Unable to finish. First Baptist has the ball again. Strong start to the quarter for First Baptist. They've been able to get a stop on every possession and a strong rebound. But they still trail 19-16. Mid-range jumper doesn't fall. We've got a foul. Is it going the other way? Yes, it is. Not sure what the call was for, but had an illegal screen on Fincher. Tipped and stolen. And the open layup is good. Number 20, Byron Huff got into the passing lane and got a wide open break to bring it to just a 1-point game here. As you see in a three-pointer, top of the key, way off. And First Baptist has another chance to take the lead. Longworth tries to get it inside. Just a little high. Looks like First Baptist coach wanted a tip, but it wasn't. As you've seen, it brings the ball up for the Newport Seahawks. Snook has it on the foul line area. Kicks out. Wing three will fall for number 30, Trey Thompson. Huff drives, middle of the lane. Gets it up and gets it in. Couple of buckets here for Huff to get himself going. Had a quiet first quarter and a couple buckets here. As you've seen, it drives left, dishes it inside. Oregon, the right-handed layup is good. Now we're seeing some back and forth action from both teams. Newport leads 24-20. Huff for three. Just long. Offensive rebound for First Baptist. And Tatman drives and gets the finish. We saw a lot of that in the first game earlier today against Bethel. He's able to get to his spots when he wants to and has been fairly quiet so far in this game. As Oregon takes the three, that's no good. Offensive rebound for Newport. Wide open left-handed drive for Oregon, who takes the bump and gets the bucket for the traditional three-point play. He'll have a chance at the line for one more. Oregon got his defender to leave his feet on the pump fake and then got himself wide open on the drive, took the bump, and still was able to finish. And the free throw is good. Looks like we had a lane violation on the offense, so that basket will not count. Huff, mid-range jumper. Too long. Snook with the rebound. As you've seen, it drives, and looks like he lost his footing for a second. May have got away with a walk. And it'll stay Newport basketball on the baseline. A simple screen action. Air ball for Azucena. That's a rare shot for him. Ball stolen by Snook. Gets it to the ball handler. Back to Snook, who running the floor, and the ball was tipped away. And that'll be First Baptist basketball. Looks like it was off the leg of Snook. First Baptist able to get back on defense, strip the ball away, and take possession. And we'll have a timeout here with just under 3 minutes to go. Newport leads 26-22. It's been a back-and-forth quarter, seeing First Baptist with a really strong start on the defensive end. We're able to get some buckets to keep this a close game, but Newport has answered that run from First Baptist early on in the quarter. Both teams running pretty much the same lineup for most of the game. We've seen a few substitutions, but both teams pretty much keeping the same guys in most of the game. Still anybody's game, so we'll see if anyone can go on a run to close out this second quarter and go into halftime with the lead. It'll be First Baptist basketball. They'll take it the full length of the floor. Longworth has it, gets it to Huff on the wing. Fincher's still trying to work inside to get himself open. Ball lost, but First Baptist able to retain possession. Ball movement. Longworth for three. He'll hit again from the wing. Cuts it to a 1-point lead. First Baptist coming alive on the offensive end this quarter. Snook with the step and the finish. Able to rise and shoot over the top of the defense. That is not an easy shot. And he's able to finish to extend this lead back to a 3-point game. Longworth drives right. Tipped and stolen by Azucena. Newport now loses it. First Baptist gets the ball up. Snook with the rebound. First Baptist coach calling for the players to get back on defense. They got killed with a couple of buckets in transition earlier in the game. They're trying to prevent that. Azucena, fadeaway jumper doesn't fall. Snook with the offensive rebound, gets it up and gets it in. Somebody from First Baptist has to mark Snook on the inside. He's had too many offensive rebounds for them to have success on the boards. Tapman kicks to Longworth, and it's just taken by Azucena, who quickly gets the ball up the floor for the inside hand finish on the break. Tapman gets all the way to the basket, gets the ball up, and he draws a foul. He'll be going to the line for 2 free throws. Foul is on number 22, Nick Garcelle. Tatman's first free throw will fall. Tatman's looked good from the charity stripe tonight, hitting all his shots at the line so far. And there's the announcer's curse. My bad, folks. He finally missed that one. Newport has the basketball, and they also have the lead, 32-26. Under a minute to go in this first half. First Baptist started off the quarter with a good run, but Newport has answered them in this second quarter. Good ball movement from Newport. Huff jumped the passing lane, but just missed it. As you've seen, it doesn't get the bounce on the three. There's about a 7-second difference between the shot and game clock. First Baptist won't opt for the 2-for-1. Fincher gets it back to Tatman, who drives left and gets up with the right and just misses. First Baptist has another chance. Floater goes in for Huff. And we got 10 seconds left in the half. As we've seen, it has the ball. Uses the screen. Hits the roll man, who gets it inside to Snook, but it's tipped away and stolen by First Baptist. And it'll be Newport basketball with 1.8 on the clock. Plenty of time to get off a shot. You have enough time for one, maybe two dribbles even, if needed. Newport sets up in a stack. Ball inbound to Snook. Gets the ball up. Ooh, and they called a foul on the buzzer beater attempt. And Snook's going to get some free throws to finish off the half. Not a lot of contact, but apparently enough for a foul. As Snook stands alone at the foul line. First one rolls out. Second free throw falls for Snook. And he extends Newport's lead 33-28 in this close game between the Newport Seahawks and the First Baptist Lions. This is looking like a good one. We'll see if anyone can pull away in the third quarter, see what adjustments these coaches make at halftime, see if the players' tiredness factors in. They played 3 games yesterday, and this is their second game today. So that's 5 games in 2 days. You got to think that this tiredness is going to be wearing on them. Your legs get tired. It's a lot harder to shoot. We've seen a lot of short shots in this game. So we'll see what teams can combat that with basically the starters playing almost the entire half for both teams. We'll be back for your third quarter of play here in a few minutes, but enjoy your halftime. Welcome back to the West Coast Baptist College Invitational Tournament, Spring 2026. We have the Newport Christian School Seahawks winning this game 33 against the First Baptist from Nebraska, who have 28. So Newport with a 5-point lead going into the second half. Both teams went on a few runs in this game. Newport was able to sustain a run by First Baptist and keep the lead, and we'll see if this can continue in the second half of play. Looks like it'll be First Baptist basketball to start the half. Looks like we need to clear the clock here for the second half. Huff has the ball for First Baptist. They get the ball inside, 2 feet in the paint. That shot is good for Fincher. A quick basket from First Baptist to start off the half. Newport swings the ball around, looking to get the ball inside. Snook has some space on the free throw line, but First Baptist close by. First Baptist looking a lot tighter than they did in the first half with their defensive assignments, but that basket is good for Oregon inside. Tapman has it. Fincher will cut on the baseline, and they get him. Open three, Tapman. That will fall. The best looks from three are the inside out. They get the ball into the paint and back out for that open three, and Tapman will hit to make it a 2-point game once again. Snook sets the screen and rolls, but they don't find him. And looks like he walked. Turnover from Newport. It'll be First Baptist basketball going the other way. Fincher working inside to get himself open. Tapman for three again, same spot. This time it won't go. Fight for the rebound inside, and Newport comes away with it. Oregon has a layup on the break, and it's good. Nice left-handed layup. And Newport will take a 30-second timeout. 37-33, Newport with the lead. Both teams looking good to start this half. Just going to come down to who wants it more. Once again, both these teams tired. We're playing about 5 games in 2 days and hoping to play more tomorrow. This is the semifinal game, so if either team wins this, they move on to the quarterfinals. The winner of the quarterfinals makes it to the championship. It'll be the First Baptist Lions basketball. And Huff will inbound to Longworth, who brings the ball up the floor for the Lions. Oh, may have got away with a walk there. First Baptist with good on the ball and off the ball movement. Huff fakes that shot. Fincher drives right, gets the ball in the paint. Gets the ball up. Will they call it on the shot? No, looks like we'll have it on the baseline. Foul call on the floor. As First Baptist sets up in a box and gets the ball to the corner. They swing the ball around and watch Tapman coming back on that corner, but Newport does a good job marking the shooter and getting around that screen. Tapman has the ball, spins, not able to really go anywhere as Longworth took the three, but it looks like we got a 3-second in the paint. Ball going the other way for Newport. As you've seen, it gets the ball inside for the easy bucket. And First Baptist had no clue that Jeremiah Oregon was standing wide open on the block. Maybe a little bit of tunnel vision, some ball watching from the First Baptist defense as they now get a basket inside to answer. It's a 39-35 Newport lead, who gets the ball up the floor quickly again. They screen the zone. Open three. That one goes long. Snook tried to fight for it, but Tapman comes away with the ball. Huff for three. It doesn't fall. Snook fights for the rebound and gets it. Snook and Fincher both working to get rebounds on both ends of the floor. It's been a battle inside and fun to watch for them. As we've seen, nearly got the steal as Tapman Euros in the lane. Doesn't get it to go. Wide open fast break for Newport, and Oregon will not finish, but he gets fouled on the right side. He's getting two at the line. Seen Oregon with a strong left hand that he's able to finish with many times this game. That time he went up with the right, missed it but got fouled. And the first free throw falls for Oregon. Number 30, Trey Thompson, will check into the game for Newport. And Oregon hits both. 41-35, Newport leads. Longworth has the ball. Gets it to Huff just after crossing the half-court marker. Newport is looking to jump the passing lane and get steals. There's a beautiful driving kick for an open three, but we're going the other way. Fincher called for the foul. And he'll come out of the game. And that's his fourth foul. He's got one more to give. He's been a key part of this Lions team, so they're going to need him in that fourth quarter. Newport has the ball on the free throw line. Drive gets blocked. Blocked again. That time goes up is no good. Got 2 blocks and a rebound for First Baptist. Gotta like it. That trend if you're the Lions. Euro step, right-handed. Doesn't fall for Tapman. Ball batted around. Goes out of bounds. It was a fight, and it looks like it's going to stay here, First Baptist basketball. Huff inbounds to Longworth. Gets it inside. Tapman kicks it. Three-pointer. Doesn't fall for Huff. As you've seen, he'll bring the ball up the floor and speeds past the defense. Right-handed finish and the foul. Count it and one. As you've seen, it just races past everyone to get that basket, and he draws the foul. He'll have a chance at the line to complete the three-point play and to push this Newport lead to 9 points. And the free throw falls. It's now 44-35 with 3:10 left in the third quarter. Newport with the lead. They've started to pull away in these last few minutes. See if First Baptist has an answer. Tapman has it on the wing. Fincher has it up top. Newport able to keep the ball outside that three-point line, not allowing any dribble penetration. As we've seen it with the steal. Gets the ball ahead to Oregon on the break. May have got away with a travel. But Newport still has the basketball. Oregon drives baseline. He pulls back and will reset the offense here. Snook on the inside, kicks it back out. 13 left on the shot clock. Thompson sets the screen. Open three from the wing. That will fall with 7 to go on the shot clock. That's a three-pointer for number 3, Sammy Roberson. And Newport is coming away with this game. They've got a 12-point lead, 47-35. 1:59 left in the third quarter, and First Baptist wants to talk it over. Both teams started out strong, really on both ends of the floor. We saw an even game to the last few minutes as Newport's able to get some open looks, get some looks on the break and transition, and then, of course, knocking down threes will always help to extend that lead as they have it up to 12. I believe that's the largest lead of the game for Newport. We'll see if the Lions have an answer. They've got some foul trouble. They've been struggling to rebound a little bit. But we still have a lot of basketball left to play, and we'll catch you right after this break for the timeout. First Baptist with the basketball. Tatman will bring the ball up the floor. First Baptist trying to work the ball around. They get it to Tatman, who gets into the baseline. Floater is good over the defender, Maddox Snook, to bring this back to a 10-point game. Azusina has it for Newport. Thompson at the free throw line area gets tripped, and they'll call a travel. That's a turnover. It'll be Lions basketball going the other way. First Baptist working around. Longworth tripped, but it was able to get the ball to Huff before he did. Huff gets the mid-range jumper. Decent look, doesn't go, and Snook with another rebound. And Newport will run on the break. Floater doesn't fall, but we've got a foul. Sammy Roberson will be going to the line for 2, unable to finish on the break. And Newport has found a lot of success getting out on the fast break, whether that's jumping the passing lane or off of even a defensive rebound. They've either been able to finish or get to the line. And the first free throw falls for Roberson. Second one also falls. 49-37. Newport leads. And First Baptist will have it with 57 seconds to go in this third quarter of play. Tatman sees a few bodies on defense. They're not giving him anything easy. He drives. Fadeaway jumper is good on the baseline. That is not an easy shot, especially with the backboard in line with where he was shooting. And First Baptist is going to need Tatman to come alive if they've got a chance coming back in this game. He's their main scorer. We've seen him put in some good work, but they need to have him have a big night if they're going to come back in this game. Newport, on the other hand, has seen a little bit from everybody as Thompson airballs that 3. Shot clock is turned off. We've got 12 seconds left in the quarter. Tatman has it, and First Baptist badly needs some momentum going into the fourth quarter. Tatman kicks. Longworth, 3. That's way long. Newport comes away with the rebound and gets hammered as First Baptist tried to take away that rebound. We are in the penalty, so we got a couple of free throws here. And Roberson will be the shooter. He just knocked down a pair at the line on the last trip for Newport. We'll see if he can do it again. Looks like we've got some confusion. And maybe having two brothers out there, a little bit confusing when it comes to the fouls, but we got it figured out. Roberson's free throw doesn't fall. Looks like they may have iced them with some of the confusion.
Hey, we got a box out. Byron, get up there.
Second free throw, that one goes for Roberson. Tapman has it with under a second. He doesn't even attempt to shoot. And you would think, being down 11 going into the fourth quarter, you would want every bucket you can get, but First Baptist will opt not to take a shot at the buzzer. Newport leads 50-39 going into this fourth quarter of play. It's been a game of runs, as most games are. Two fairly even teams, just Newport maybe a little bit more well-rounded. A few more guys who are able to get their own shot when they need to. First Baptist has also struggled with a little bit of foul trouble, especially with number 24, Cooper Fincher. We'll see what adjustments these coaches can make going into the fourth quarter. If Newport can pull away and finish off this game, or if First Baptist can come back and make this one interesting. After this game, we have another semifinal game, and that will be Suburban Christian School from Indiana. And then I believe we'll be having First Baptist from Minnesota playing in that game as well. So stay tuned if you're wanting to see some more good basketball. We'll have it right after the game. I think we've got a 6 o'clock or 6:30 tip-off time just after this game closes out. Final quarter, semifinal game. Newport will have the basketball to start the fourth quarter. They'll also have an 11-point lead. They may look to eat a little bit of clock, which isn't as easy to do with the 35-second shot clock, but they can look for the best shot. They don't have to rush, but they can't get complacent at the same time. And it looks like that's what they'll do. Set up their offense, slow it down, get the best look they can. Snook has it on the free throw line, kicks it out to Azucena. Screen and roll. Azucena hits the three. And that's exactly how Newport would want to start, extending the lead to 14. Ball on the baseline. Shot is no good. Are they going to call it on Fincher? Looks like he got put on his back, and that's number 5 for him. He's out of the game. Looks like the box out from Newport. Looks like the box out from Newport caused him to commit that foul. He's the one who hit the ground, Fincher was, but got called for the foul nonetheless, and he's out of this game. He's a big part of this First Baptist team, and they're going to have to play the last 7.5 minutes without him as they try to attempt this comeback. Snook has it, gives it to Azucena. Looks like they've been trying to run a little two-man game. Oregon, three-pointer is blocked. And we see number 11, Ethan Sattler, coming in off the bench and doing some work on the defensive end. Corner three for Huff. That's short. Rebound Tapman, gets the ball up. Floater doesn't fall, gets it again. That layup won't go. Tipped around, taken back by Tat, who is fouled going up. And the Lions still have some fight in them. We see it on the defensive end of the floor. And now Tapman fighting on offense, getting 2 offensive rebounds, finally getting fouled on the third attempt. And he'll have 2 shots at the line. First one doesn't go. Newport still leads 53-39 with 5:41 to go. Second free throw falls for Tapman. Azucena has the ball for Newport. Gets it in. Looked like he had Snook on the cut, but was just passed a little too soon out to the corner. 15 to go on the shot clock. Thompson, open lane, doesn't finish with the right hand. Ball back to Newport. And they've got a new shot clock to work with. If you're the Lions, you can't let that happen. Offensive rebounds that lead to new possessions, and that's just more clock and less time that you can use to make this comeback. That three-pointer won't fall. Ball rebounded by First Baptist, but thrown out of bounds. They had 3 on none for that rebound, but just unable to corral it and keep it in. Newport works the ball around. Azucena will take the 3. No good. Offensive rebound, Oregon. Pivots. Goes up. Doesn't finish with the right hand. First Bab's able to come away with it. Tapman's going to slow it down, but they need to push the pace. Corner 3. Doesn't fall. Offensive rebound. Putback. No good for Fincher. And we're going to have a foul. Not a lot of contact, so I'm not sure who that's on. Looks like it'll be on Thompson, number 30, as Fincher will get a few shots at the line. 53-40, Newport still has the lead. And Fincher hits the first. Second free throw bounces out. Some team rebounding from Newport, able to come away with it. Azucena tries to drive left, kicks it to Oregon on the wing. They're taking their time. They don't need to rush anything. And Newport's able to come away with the ball. And they need to push. They got to get a bucket here. They've got a chance. Still, a 12-point lead is doable with just under 5 minutes to go, but they're going to need a couple of baskets, going to need a 3 at some point. Longworth, three-pointer, corner, doesn't fall. Offensive rebound by Huff. First Baptist will have another possession to eat away at this lead. Tapman looks at the clock. Will take the ball. Longworth has it on the wing. Back to Tapman. Huff kicks it. Longworth. Corner 3. Way long. Newport with the rebound. Both teams look tired out there. Not seeing as much intensity as maybe we've seen in other games or earlier in this game. Backdoor cut. Azucena blows the layup with the left. And First Baptist has it again. Newport's giving First Baptist opportunities, but they haven't been able to capitalize so far. Fincher drives, kicks. Tapman drives. Pull-up jumper, doesn't fall. Offensive rebound by Huff. Gets the ball inside to Fincher, who gets stripped and stolen by Azucena. 2-on-1 break. Oregon goes up and gets fouled. Looks like they may have caught his jersey on that. Takes a tumble, but I think he'll be all right. And Oregon will have 2 shots at the line, getting fouled on the break. 53-41. Haven't seen a whole lot of fouls. A whole lot of baskets in the last few minutes from either team. First free throw falls for Oregon. We've got a substitution for Newport. Number 3, Sammy Roberson will come in for number 22, Nick Garcelle. And Oregon makes the second. Newport has had very good free throw shooting overall. I think that's affected this game. Everyone has counted, and that's why they've got a 14-point lead with 3:30 left in this game. 55-41, Newport. We'll see if First Baptist can make a push in the last 3 minutes of this game. Newport looking good on both ends of the floor the last few minutes. They're trying to close it out and make it to the quarterfinal game, as First Baptist is trying to make a comeback And if they come back and win, it will be very impressive. They've got a long way to go. It's still possible. They're going to need a few threes, a few quick shots. And Newport's going to look to hold the ball out as long as possible. We've seen overall a good team game from Newport. Seen a lot of guys chip in baskets here and there. It's not really been one main man. And for the Lions, we've seen a lot of Tapman. He's their main scorer, but everyone's able to chip in some baskets here and there. So we'll see who they go to get themselves a bucket and try to cut this lead with 3:30 left in the game. First Baptist basketball with under 3:30 to go in the game. Tapman has it, sees a couple bodies. We're seeing that trend most of this game, trying to keep him at bay. And a nice jump stop and floater from Huff, who gets a much-needed basket and a quick basket for this First Baptist team. Newport calling for 5 out. They're going to look to eat some clock here. They've still got a 12-point lead. The Lions putting the pressure on. Thompson traveled, apparently. Looks like he may have taken a step before he dribbled. And Huff will bring it up for First Baptist. He gets in the lane, gets stripped. Taken away by Thompson. Azucena has it for Newport. Lions looking to pressure again. Azucena beats him, and Thompson misses the layup. Once again, opportunities given to First Baptist. We'll see if they can capitalize. 2:20 to go. 12-point lead for Newport. Tapman calls for the string, unable to use it. Some miscommunication. And Tapman can't believe it. He throws the ball away and gives Newport another chance to extend this lead and close out this game. 55-43. Newport slowing it down. You got to be going for steals if you're First Baptist, and if you foul well. Trap and timeout called by Oregon. 55-43, under 2 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Newport with the lead. They're going to talk it over, see what the game plan is going forward. Probably just lay up some free throws. Nothing too crazy. They're going to look to work the shot clock down. And on the other end, First Baptist has to go. When they get the ball, they got to push it, look for layups quickly. But they're going to need some shooters to get hot if they're going to come back in this game. They're still fighting, put some more pressure on the defensive end. And they're going to look to get some steals, trap on the wings and in the corners. And everybody's picking up a man. And Thompson will inbound for Newport. Gets it into Azucena, who sees Huff, the on-ball defender. And blocked, but a foul. Snook will have 2 shots at the line. He hits the first. 56-43, Newport. Second free throw also falls for Snook. Extends the lead to 14 with 1:45 left. Huff drives right, gets into the paint. Floater is blocked by Snook. And Azucena will have it on the break and pulls back to eat up some more clock. And it's just amenities now for Newport. They've just got to hold on to the ball. Looks like they're just doing a three-man weave up top. Thompson gets a screen rejected. Azucena unable to finish with a left hand. Tadman goes down and gets fouled by Thompson. A clear foul. Looks like he wanted to stop the break there.
Play 30. The hold.
First Baptist inbound on the sideline. Shot clock will reset. They've got a full 35 to work with. Tatman gets inside. The hesitation, dribble, and the finish. Tatman gets to the line, or gets inside, gets to the bucket, and finishes. Still an uphill battle for First Baptist as they trail 45-57. 12-point game with 1 minute left, and I don't see Tracy McCready out there to help them. Maybe too late for First Baptist, but they're still fighting. Newport has done a good job controlling the game, not turning the ball over much in this second half, being able to hold the lead. And all they need to do is knock down their free throws, and they'll have this win. Newport basketball, they'll take it the full length of the floor. And unsurprisingly, First Baptist will pick up full court in a zone press. A 2-2-1 zone press. And Newport able to beat it fairly easily. And they're just going to hold it out. Under a minute to go. Thompson loses the ball. And Tadman will bring it up for the Lions. He needs to take that three. Somebody does. Newport did a good job getting back on defense. Even though First Baptist is able to finish off the second chance look. 35 seconds left. 57-47. Newport with the lead. And I just think it's too late for these guys to come back. Seen some good fight from First Baptist, but they needed that to start off the third quarter, not here at the end of the game. Just a little bit too late for the Lions. Newport, on the other hand, has looked almost a little lackadaisical in a few possessions. They want to eat up clock, but you can't be lazy on that end of the floor either. Nonetheless, they've done a good job knocking down free throws, overall taking fairly good care of the basketball. And they're going to look to hold out. We've got about a little over half a second difference between shot and game clock. Newport may be able to dribble it out, but I don't think the First Baptist is going to let them. They're probably going to apply some pressure, if nothing else, just to maybe get themselves some momentum going into their next game. Newport basketball. First Baptist picks up full court. Thompson, the inbounder for Newport. He'll be inbounding under some pressure. And he had the full baseline to run and uses it well to get the ball in. Good pressure by First Baptist. And looks like they're going to call a reach. And Oregon's going to go to the line, I believe. Nope, not quite yet in the penalty. He's got one more. They've got one more to give. Shot clock turned off. 31.4 left in the game. Newport having some trouble. Snook gets it. Gets it to the point guard, Azucena. And Oregon has it on the other end. 57-47 as Oregon is fouled. Now he'll be going to the line for 2, I believe. And there's a substitution for First Baptist as number 21, Byron Huff, fouls out of the game. That's 2 players for First Baptist that fouled out, 2 key players they've had. And you got to think with their small rotation of players, basically just the starters, they've struggled a little bit in that area of fouls. And Oregon misses the second. Tapman has it, gets to the wing, 3-pointer, doesn't fall. First Baptist, offensive rebound. Longworth unable to get it to go. And it looks like Newport will just hold the ball out with 8 seconds left. And Newport will take this and move on to the quarterfinal game. They win 58-47. It's official now. First Baptist has been knocked out of the tournament. And the Newport Seahawks will be moving on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Very good team game. We saw some good fight from both ends. First Baptist just a little bit too late in the game and are unable to finish as Newport takes the win. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes for our next game. Thank you for joining us for the West Coast Baptist College Invitational Tournament, and we hope you'll be watching again. Welcome back to the West Coast Baptist College Invitational Tournament for Spring 2026. My name is Jeff. I'll be your announcer for tonight's semifinal matchup between the Suburban Christian School Crusaders and the First Baptist School Crusaders from Rosemont, Minnesota. This will be a battle of the Crusaders tonight. Both teams played well in the pool play and played well in the first round of the tournament this morning. Both teams coming off a few games in a matter of just a couple of days. So you got to think fatigue is going to be wearing on these teams, but it all comes down to who's able to pull through, who's able to push to the end and come away with a win. We just saw the Newport Seahawks taking the win, so they'll move on to the quarterfinals, and they'll play the winner of this matchup right here for the quarterfinal game. Your starting five for Suburban Christian School is number 12, Wade Zimmerman, number 23, Andrew Reynolds, number 24, Aiden Montgomery, number 33, Chad Glover, and number 44, Luke Carter. And while he's not in the starting lineup, I have a privilege of meeting a friend, number 13, Andrew Fellis. So he wanted me to give a shout-out to his family. Thanks for watching. I know it's a little bit late Indiana time, but thank you for joining us for tonight's game. Your starters for the Crusaders from Minnesota, we've got number 11, Caleb Lindsay, number 12, Eamon Gatuan, number 15, Torgi Ketterling, number 23, Charles Kunster, and number 45, Alex Gomez. And it's time for tip-off here. And Rosemont takes it off the tip. Suburban sets up in their man-to-man defense. The big man gets inside. Fadeaway. It's good. It rattles around the rim, off the backboard, and in. That's a bucket for number 45, Alex Gomez, to start off this game. Corner three. No good. Long offensive rebound for Montgomery. Zimmerman kicks to the corner. Pull-up jumper. It looks good, but doesn't fall, just long. Another offensive rebound for Montgomery, who rises, fires, and hits from the mid-range. We've got a little bit of energy to start this game, something that was lacking a little bit some of these other games. Fatigue not showing in this game so far. Gomez has it. Foul line jumper is short. Zimmerman with the rebound. Who gets it back, actually. Kick. Glover with the ball. Has it top of the key. He'll slow it down. Get Suburban set up in their offense. The Crusaders from Minnesota have set up in a 2-3 defense. They give up the offensive rebound to number 44, Luke Carter, who's able to put the ball back in. We have a tie game. It's 4-2. Suburban leads with a minute and a half gone in this first quarter. Rosemont moves the ball around. They get it inside. Open look at the basket. Doesn't go. Carter the rebound. Glover will have it for the Suburban Crusaders. And Suburban slows it down once again. They get the ball inside. Back out. Three-pointer. Long. Rebound First Baptist. And that ball is knocked out of bounds. It's going to be Suburban basketball going back the other way. Suburban off to a hot start here. Able to get a couple of buckets, able to get a couple of stops. And other than that first basket from Gomez, their defenses look strong. Zimmerman has it for Suburban. Zimmerman, three-pointer. It falls. Good ball movement from Suburban, getting everybody involved on the offensive end. And that three-pointer will go. 7-2, Suburban with the lead. First Baptist gets the ball inside, swings it around. Gomez has it. Trapped, nearly stolen by Suburban, knocked out of bounds. It'll stay on that end of the floor. First Baptist has it on the baseline. And the inbounder, number 11, Caleb Lindsay, was wide open as he came in. Looks like they're going to call a foul. And they'll have it again on the baseline. They get it inside to Gomez, who whiffs close to the basket, got himself caught under the rim, didn't have a great angle. As Suburban gets it on the break and also misses a layup. Number 23, Charles Kunster, will bring the ball up for the Crusaders. Three-pointer from the left wing. It's good! And we've got an answer here from First Baptist. Got down early and able to answer with a three. 7-5, Suburban still with the lead. Montgomery gets it inside to Carter. Tipped and stolen by First Baptist, but a good hustle. We got bodies on the floor. Jump ball. It'll stay this way with Suburban. Some great hustle from number 23, Andrew Reynolds. Suburban gets it in from the sideline. Montgomery. I'm sorry, that's Zimmerman with the floater. Doesn't go. Offensive rebound. And that one goes. Chad Glover with the bucket on the second chance points. First Baptist works the ball around the top of the key. Gomez looking to get open in the foul line area, but they're not feeding him. And he's got a smaller defender on him. That top of the key three won't go. Rebound Suburban. Gets trapped and stolen by First Baptist. Mid-range jumper falls. The steal in the bucket for number 23, Andrew Reynolds. And we've got an exciting one to start. 9-7, Suburban leads. Wing three, doesn't go. Long rebound for First Baptist, and they'll push the pace here a little bit to start off this possession. Gomez still looking to get the ball in that foul line area, and does. May have got away with a travel. Feet shuffled a little bit. Baseline drive, floater, off the rim. 3-on-1 break. Zimmerman has it. Up to the basket. Up and under. Doesn't go. But number 33, Glover, able to come in with the finish. (11-7), Suburban with the lead. Open, wing three from way downtown. He hit that one all the way from Minnesota. A deep three-pointer for number 12, Wade Zimmerman. Suburban with the basket. 11-10. Glover has it. He won't use the screen. Zimmerman, open wing three, and he answers. Another three-pointer. Both teams hot to start. And we've had an answer for every bucket this game nearly. 2:20 to go in the first quarter. Ball to Gomez. Tipped. Nearly stolen. They get the ball to the baseline. Finish no good. Suburban with the rebound. Glover has it. Zimmerman, another three. That one's short. Rebound Gomez. Number 11, Caleb Lindsay, to bring the ball up the floor for First Baptist. And tipped and stolen. Suburban has numbers on the break. Goes up, unable to finish the first, but the follow is good. First Baptist unable to get back in transition to get the rebound. A few putbacks on the transition buckets for Suburban. They lead 16-10. A minute and a half left. Three-pointer, looks like that hesitation threw that shot off just a little bit. Good ball movement from First Baptist. They get fouled. Looks like they'll have it on the baseline as the shot clock resets with a minute 17 to go in this first quarter. A few substitutions for both teams. And the stack play gets it in for First Baptist off the man-to-man defense from Suburban. And he was in the lane too long. Looks like he set up there for the play and just did not get out of the paint for that possession. Glover to Zimmerman. To the corner. Three-pointer. Doesn't fall. Rebound nearly stolen. Looks like Suburban takes it away again. Glover to the basket with the right hand. Inside hand finish on the break. 18-10, Suburban with the lead. And Caleb Lindsay has it. Suburban has been putting the pressure on the defense. Lindsay will take his space and lose it. The big man on the inside gets it up, gets it in, and one. Count it, and a foul. That'll be a good basket with a chance to make a three-point play for number 34, Chris Ayanaya. And First Baptist needed that possession. Suburban has been taking the momentum as Ayanaya knocks down the free throw. It's an 18-13 lead. Suburban has it with the shot clock turned off. 23 seconds left in the first quarter of play. Fellis has it. Gets it to the corner. Back to Glover. Gets it to Zimmerman on the wing. The pull-up J. It falls. That's the end of your first quarter. 20-13. Suburban Christian Crusaders with the lead. It's still a close one. It's been back and forth. We've got transition baskets. We've had three-pointers. We've had intense defense, steals, everything you would want in a basketball game. Both of these teams working hard early, getting good looks on the offensive end of the floor. They're fighting for offensive rebounds. You can tell that both teams want it. It just will come down to who wants it more in the end. Both coaches making some adjustments. Nothing major to be done. Both teams looking good, but Suburban was able to get a couple of buckets in transition, and number 33, Chad Glover, just hit a couple of tough shots. That contested pull-up jumper at the end to extend this lead to 7 was huge for this Suburban team. We've still got a lot of basketball to play, though. Looks like it'll be Crusaders basketball either way, but looks like we got the First Baptist Crusaders with possession to start off this second quarter. 20-13, Suburban Christian from Indiana with the lead. Pull-up three-pointer, short. That was a long three-pointer from the top of the key. Not the best look if you're First Baptist. Zimmerman loses it inside. Stolen. And they won't push on the break. Gets it to the ball handler, Lindsay. And Yanyaya looking big out there, trying to set screens, find an opening. That three-pointer falls. Huge shot from number 23, Charles Kunster from the wing. Both teams' shooters are hitting tonight. It makes it a 20-16 game. Suburban still with the lead. And it looks like Suburban nearly loses it on that possession. They'll kick it out. Zimmerman, open three-pointer. Doesn't go. Offensive rebound. That corner three will not go either. Offensive rebound. Another offensive rebound. And First Baptist finally comes away with a defensive stop with that rebound. Good resiliency to stick with it. Pull-up jumper doesn't fall. Offensive rebound this time for First Baptist. Gets the ball to the corner. That will fall. Back-to-back three-pointers to cut it to a 1-point lead. That was number 12, Eamon Gatuan, hitting that three-pointer. Zimmerman thought about the three but won't take it. First Baptist still in a 2-3 zone with the big man in the middle. Suburban with some off-ball action. They like to stay moving. It's been to their credit, but they turn it over. First Baptist will slow it down and get into their offense. They haven't looked to push every time they've got to stop. Lindsay, three-pointer. It will go! 3 in a row to take the lead. And First Baptist is on fire. The Suburban Crusaders will need a timeout to talk this over. They start off on a 9-0 run. Three-pointer after three-pointer after three-pointer to get back into this game for the First Baptist Crusaders. Folks, it's been a back-and-forth battle here tonight. We saw Suburban taking the momentum to close out the first quarter, and then First Baptist is owning the momentum to start off this quarter. We've seen both teams with plenty of players chipping in. It's not one guy here, one guy doing all of it. It is everyone chipping in. We've seen a lot of threes from both teams, so we'll see if they can close out on shooters, get a hand in the face, and force the big men to put in the work. We've seen both teams give up some offensive rebounds, and those second chance points are going to be huge as this game closes out. Got to find a body, got to box out, prevent some of those easier looks when your defense is discombobulated on the offensive boards. And it looks like coaches from First Baptist talking about the box out, talking about rebounding. That's going to be a huge key to this game. Both teams have some decent size. First Baptist from Rosemont probably winning in that category, but Suburban probably winning in the scrappy category, which can make up for some lack of size sometimes. Suburban has the ball. 5:54 to go in this first half. 20-22, First Baptist with the lead. They get the ball inside, nearly lost it. Turnaround jumper won't fall. Rebound, First Baptist. Lindsay will have it. They're always looking to get it to him to bring the ball up the floor instead of pushing for maybe a layup in transition. They tried to get the ball inside out, but stolen by Glover. Zimmerman drives, takes a bump, didn't even get the shot up. A little bit of a hard foul, and Zimmerman will be going to the line for 2 shots. There's been some good physical play. Physical play isn't always good, but haven't seen a whole lot of fouls. We've seen some good pressure from the defenses. And this is one of the first trips to the line this game for either team. Free throw won't fall for Zimmerman, as number 23, Andrew Reynolds, checks into the game for Suburban. Second free throw won't fall either. Tipped and taken by First Baptist. They work the ball around the three-point line. Gomez gets it on the inside. Kicks back out. Good ball movement. Three-pointer. That won't go. Offensive rebound. Putback won't go. And they got a couple of offensive rebounds on that possession. Aren't able to finish, but are able to draw the foul. Looks like we'll have Gomez going to the line for 2. Once again, offensive rebounding will be a key to this game. Both teams have given up a lot of offensive rebounds early on, and that's going to kill you when you're trying to get a bucket down the stretch. And the first free throw falls for Gomez. Gomez misses the second. Zimmerman has it on the wing, gets it to the corner. And that's good from the short corner. Everyone getting involved for both of these offensive. 23-20. It should be 22-20 now. There we go, 22-23. Baseline drive, Lindsay gets it inside to Gomez. Misses with the right hand. Offensive rebound. Out of bounds. They're going to say off of Suburban, so we'll keep it on the baseline. It was a beautiful drive from Lindsay to draw the defense. Find Gomez, who had some space on the inside, but Suburban did a good job recovering to prevent that. Ball movement from First Baptist. Jump shot doesn't go, but another foul. We had a relatively small amount of fouls in the first quarter. We're seeing some more here as guys are maybe getting a little bit undisciplined, getting a little bit tired on that end of the floor. And we've got number 23, Charles Kunster, going to the line for 2. First one goes at the charity stripe. Suburban will make a substitution. Number 10, Jack Carter, comes into the game. We've got one more free throw here for the guard, Kunster, who misses. Gomez with the rebound, but unable to put it back. Kunster could have been called for a lane violation there, but it doesn't end up hurting either team. Glover has it at the top of the key, gets it to the middle. Zimmerman, mid-range jumper, doesn't go. Rebound taken by Gomez. And that's a big man on the inside. First Baptist leads 24-22. And stolen again by Andrew Reynolds, who's had a couple of those steals. Glover with the putback, but I think we've got a foul before that, maybe on the rebound. Reynolds has had a couple of sneaky steals coming around the backside, almost Chris Paul-esque, and has gotten some fast breaks for Suburban. Does it there, gets himself to the line, and doesn't finish the first. Second free throws off again, a bad miss. Montgomery blocked on the baseline. And that one was tipped out of bounds. It'll stay Suburban basketball on this end of the floor. 24-22. First Baptist still with the lead. They came out hot, hitting 3 threes in a row to start off this third quarter, or second quarter rather. Suburban gets the ball, free throw line area jumper, doesn't fall. Gomez another rebound. And they'll slow it down again. They like to get their offense set before they start the possession, which has been to their credit this game. Ball inside, outside, three-pointer, no good. Offensive rebound, putback, doesn't fall. Ball fought for on the inside. Come away with it is Glover. And they're going to slow it down to set up their offense. Glover dances, kicks to the wing. Wing three-pointer from deep, doesn't go. Offensive rebound, no. Glover once again comes away with it. Lindsay to the wing. Seeing some ball movement. Coach McKinney for First Baptist calling to use the gaps, take up that space against this Suburban defense. They got 4 on the shot clock. Wing, three-pointer will fall. Bang, another three-pointer for the First Baptist Crusaders. That's 4 in the quarter. They take a 27-22 lead over Suburban Christian. They are very good in a half-court setting. Suburban struggled a little bit in the half court as they get an offensive rebound. Put back from Glover doesn't go. Looks like tipped and taken once again by First Baptist. Lindsay has it. Looks like we may have had a clock problem here. Slows the game down. And the crowd gets silent for whatever reason. These teams have been bringing the energy for the whole game. Crowd's been into it. Got a decent sized crowd here for this semifinal game. 1:20 left in the first half. First Baptist leads 27-22. They've had great ball movement, great half-court offense. That three doesn't go. Offensive rebound again. Ball inside to Gomez. Has a free throw line area. Tipped away by Suburban and stolen. Glover will bring it up the floor. He gets it to Montgomery, who drives inside. Right-handed floater. Bank shot off the glass. It goes. Suburban able to sustain this run. Just a 3-point lead despite the good play of First Baptist. Nearly stolen again. Gomez gets it to go. Basket is good. And one on the jumper for Gomez. Most of his work comes from the inside. That time rising and firing from the mid-range. .33 seconds left, so if Suburban gets the rebound, the shot clock will be turned off. They'll have the final possession of this half if they want it. Gomez's free throw doesn't fall. Strong rebound by Montgomery on the inside. They've got 30 seconds to work. 24-29. First Baptist with the lead. Glover to Montgomery on the wing. Almost stolen by Lindsay. Risky pass. And Zimmerman on the inside to Glover, who gets a left-handed bucket right at the basket. Some good movement from Suburban. First Baptist with 8 seconds to go. Looks like they're trying to get Lindsay open off the ball. They get it to the wing. Baseline drive. Left-handed floater. Doesn't go. And that's the end of first half play here in the Walder Center. 26-29. First Baptist from Rosemont with the lead. Back and forth momentum for both of these teams. We saw Suburban coming out strong, finishing off the first quarter very strong, and then First Baptist coming out in the second quarter, getting 4 threes early on to give themselves the lead, and they're able to sustain that lead, even though Suburban is still fighting in this game. Once again, 29-26. First Baptist from Rosemont with the lead. We'll be back in just a few minutes after your halftime of play. Thank you again for joining us for the West Coast Baptist College 2026 Tip-Off Tournament. Welcome back to the semifinal game for the 2026 West Coast Baptist College Invitational Basketball Tournament. We have the Suburban Christian School Crusaders playing against the First Baptist School of Rosemont, Minnesota, also the Crusaders, who took fire in that second quarter and took the lead 29-26 going into the half. Both teams looking strong. The biggest key to this game so far has been offensive rebounding. Both teams have given up plenty, and if one team could shore that up and stop giving those second chance points up, they could probably build a little bit of a lead. We saw a fast-paced game. We saw three-point shooting. We saw good ball movement. We saw off-the-ball movement. Just about everything you'd want in a basketball game. Both teams do very well in the half court, which is something that isn't always the case for a lot of high school teams, as Glover misses the mid-range jumper and the big man Gomez with the rebound. (29-26), First Baptist with the lead. Gomez takes a few dribbles, takes 2 steps, try to get himself to the basket, but is unable to finish. Suburban with the rebound. Glover drives right, kicks to the corner. Montgomery has it. Mid-range jumper is good. Looks like, I think they called a 3. No, that was just a 2. All right. From the short corner, Montgomery hits the mid-range jumper. Wing, three-pointer, won't go. Short, offensive rebound once again. Gedehoon drives, doesn't get the runner to go. Rebounded by Suburban, and looks like he was pushed out of bounds. Helped up by Gomez, and it'll be Suburban basketball going the other way. Both teams looking for some continuity to start off this half. And it is still a wide open game, 29-28. First Baptist with the lead. Glover, Euro step with the left, gets blocked. Rebound, taken back by Suburban. Doesn't get to go. Another offensive board. And the offensive rebounds, that's 3 or 4 in one possession. Somebody's got to find a body for one of these teams. And that looks like we'll have a walk on number 23, Reynolds. Looks like he took a step before he dribbled. First Baptist has the ball again. Lindsay with the ball. Suburban set up in a 2-3 zone now. Probably trying to keep the big man Gomez at bay on the inside. Ooh, and they had him. But instead, Lindsay misses the 3. Rebound by Zimmerman. And Suburban will push the ball up the court. Glover to Zimmerman, inside. Left-handed shot, no good. But the putback by Montgomery will go. Once again, another second chance point for one of these teams, and that'll be the key to this game. Suburban takes the lead 30-29 with 5:27 left in this third quarter. Baseline drive. He'll pull back. Lindsay, mid-range jumper. Way off on there. Lindsay gets it back. Gedehoon, runner doesn't fall, but will have a foul. Looks like they got into his landing space. And he'll have 2 shots at the foul line. Once again, offensive rebounds are killing these teams. It's been very close, and if one team can win this category, wouldn't be surprised if they were able to win this game. Gedehoon's shot at the foul line goes. And the second one will also go. Glover to Zimmerman. Inside, Suburban working quickly. Left-handed shot. Looks like it may have been tipped as First Baptist comes away with the rebound. First Baptist works the ball around. They've done a good job of that in the half-court setting all game. Trying to get the ball into the middle, whether by drive or pass, but Suburban able to lock down on defense and prevent that. Gomez calling for it inside. He's got space. And with shot clock running out, number 23, Kunster, is able to get fouled on the jumper. And he's got 2 at the charity stripe. First one goes. 32-30, First Baptist with the lead. Second one bounces out. Suburban with the rebound. Montgomery has been a strong rebounder this quarter for Suburban. Glover with the crossover, kicks to the wing. That 3 won't fall. He gets the offensive rebound and is blocked at the basket. First Baptist comes away, and they'll wait to set up their offense. They look to go to a half-court setting almost every time. They're going to bet on themselves in that manner instead of pushing it on the break and rushing a shot. Deep three-pointer. Just a little short. Glover takes it up the left side of the floor. Glover thought about 3, gets it inside to Montgomery. Baseline jumper doesn't go. Offensive rebound, fought for, tipped out of bounds. It'll stay Suburban basketball. Looks like they'll be inbounding on the baseline. Substitution for Suburban. Number 13, Andrew Fellis comes into the game, and he'll be the inbounder. Doesn't have a lot of options. Throws it up and gets it in. 30 on the shot clock for Suburban. 3:25 left in the quarter. Once again, First Baptist with the lead, 32-30. Corner 3, thought about it. Zimmerman drives right into the chest of the shot blocker and draws the foul. It was a great drive by Zimmerman, getting into the body of the shot blocker, taking away his hands and drawing the foul. Zimmerman's first free throw goes. Will Zimmerman tie it up on this free throw? He does. 32-30, 3:16 left in the third quarter. First Baptist with the basketball. Gomez is open on the inside. They haven't got it to him in a few possessions, but they do there. Nearly turns it over. Lindsay drives baseline with the up and under, doesn't go. A beautiful jelly layup attempt, just unable to finish for Lindsay. First Baptist set up in their 2-3 defense, as both teams have been running most of this game. Glover hits it off the top of the backboard, but the offensive rebound goes for Luke Carter, number 44. Another offensive rebound, another second chance bucket for one of these teams. Lindsay to the corner. And they've got to get it inside to a big. Can't bring the ball low, and he did. Are they going to call a jump? They will. And if you're a big man like number 34, Enyanyaya, you can't bring the ball down. These scrappy Suburban players are tipping the ball away. They're getting steals. That's what they're looking for. That's what they want, is for you to bring the ball down, and then you just take away your height. And he'll check out of the game. First Baptist to inbound on the baseline. Gets it into Lindsay. Once again, nearly stolen three-pointer. It goes! Lindsay nearly got the ball stolen. Spins on his pivot foot. Drains the three-pointer. And First Baptist regains the lead, 35-34. Drive right through the heart of the defense. Doesn't go for Glover. Gomez with the rebound. And it looks like he stepped out of bounds. So it'll be Suburban basketball again under their own basket. Sorry, under the other basket. They'll set up in a box play. The big man Gomez staying home down low. They get the ball inside to Carter. Turnaround jumper falls. He loves getting to that left hand, just rising up over the defense. Looks like he lost a knee pad there and throws it out. Lindsay, a little bit of a heat check there. He's been hitting this game but won't get that one to fall. 36-35, Suburban with the lead. They've got the ball with a minute and a half to go in this third quarter. Carter drives right, spins to the left, has the ball grabbed, and we've got a jump ball. Both teams fighting for the ball. We're going to keep it on that end of the floor. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. It'll stay Suburban's possession. We've got a substitution for First Baptist of Rosemont, number 34, Chris Enyanyaya checks in. Suburban has the ball. First Baptist with good defense to close off some of that airspace Suburban was looking for. Ball tipped around. This Suburban with a discombobulated play. Corner three, and that'll be a shot clock violation. Pressured defense from First Baptist kept the ball outside of the arc for just long enough. And that's one of the first shot clock violations I've seen in a while. Impressive for these high school players, maybe if you're not used to using it. And we've got less than a minute left. Suburban with the 36-35 lead. Open. Corner three doesn't go. Suburban will look to push it with Glover. He stops and waits for his offense to come. Drives right. Kicks out. Montgomery. Wing three will fall. He hits. He's had a big third quarter and gives Suburban Crusaders a two-possession lead. Shot clock is turned off. First Baptist will look for the last play of this possession. Lindsay with the ball. 10 seconds to go. They're looking for something. Airtight defense from Suburban. 1 second left. Turnaround jumper off the front of the rim. Suburban able to regain momentum and regain the lead. They'll go into the fourth quarter with the 39-35 lead over the First Baptist Crusaders from Rosemont, Minnesota. We saw both teams fighting in that quarter. First Baptist started with the lead, and Suburban ended with the lead. Both teams fighting, both teams giving up offensive rebounds, and both teams scoring off of those second chance points that they're getting. It's been a game of runs, and Suburban has hit with the last run. We'll see who can come away with it. This is the 2026 West Coast Baptist College Invitational Tournament. We'll be right back for your fourth quarter of play. Welcome back to the fourth quarter of play. This will be the final quarter of this semifinal game. It's been back and forth. Right now, Suburban has the lead, 39-35. First Baptist has the first possession of the quarter. They've been very good in the half court. And they get the ball to Gomez, who gets pushed out to the top of the key. Gomez pivots and loses it. Suburban has numbers on the break. And Montgomery finishes with the right hand on the left side off the pass from Zimmerman. Suburban now in basically a 3-2 zone. Lindsay, big three-pointer, doesn't go. They needed that. 41-35, Suburban leads. Glover all the way to the basket, up and in on the break. And Suburban's looking to push the action. First Baptist defense unable to get set up. 2 possessions in a row, and they're going to want a timeout to talk it over. Suburban absolutely taking momentum of this game, and they've got an 8-point lead with 7 left in the game. And you got to think that some of those offensive rebounds that First Baptist has given up, coming back to haunt them, just 2 or 3 baskets, might be the difference in this game. We still have plenty of time left, plenty of momentum to be gained. Both these teams have to be getting tired by now. We've got good energy from the crowd, from the players, so they may be still having an energy rush or an adrenaline rush. But both teams still tired nonetheless. First Baptist ball. 43-35. Suburban with the lead. Lindsay, the point guard, brings it to the wing. He drives right, gets all the way to the basket and gets it taken away. Montgomery just wanted it more, has great hands on the drive to pull away that ball. Zimmerman drives in, draws the foul. And he initiated pretty much all of that contact, uses his body to draw the foul, get to the basket. Looks like Zimmerman at the line for 2. First one doesn't fall. Zimmerman has done a really good job getting inside and putting pressure, especially on the shot blockers of First Baptist. (43-35), 6:49 to go in the semifinal action. Zimmerman has the second on the line and will hit. He extends the lead to 9. First Baptist is going to need a bucket in a big way right here. Ball stolen by Glover. 2-on-1 break. Layup, no good. Follow doesn't go either, but we've got a foul on that first shot. And that'll be number 15, Juan Rivas Vargas, going to the line for 2. Suburban has used the fast break to their advantage, going back to the end of that third quarter. They've been able to get the First Baptist defense a little discombobulated, draw some fouls, and get to the line. The high arcing shot does not go for Vargas. First Baptist does really well when they can stop and set up their offense, and they do well when they can stop and set up their defense, but Suburban has been attacking transition a little bit more as they come away with the rebound there. Ball on the wing. Lindsay has it up top. Their shooters have not had much space this quarter. Deep three-pointer. Doesn't go. Rebound. Taken by Zimmerman. Open break. Montgomery. And he gets the layup to go. Another fast break basket to extend this lead. 46-35, an 11-point lead for the Suburban Crusaders. First Baptist gets it inside to Gomez. Spins to his right. Gets himself underneath the basket, unable to finish. Looks like they call a foul, but I think the Suburban players fell on top of each other there. Either way, Suburban basketball. Got a substitution for First Baptist. Number 15, Torgi Ketterling, the starter, has come back into the game. Glover has it for Suburban. Vargas from the wing hits a big three-pointer to extend the lead to 14. Suburban absolutely on fire in this game, the second half especially. And they have taken the lead and are running away with it in the fourth quarter. Open three-pointer. That falls for the answer. Reynolds with a big three-pointer. Stop a little bit of that Suburban momentum. 49-38, 5 minutes to go in the game. Zimmerman, a three. That one goes. And that is the spot for Suburban. That right wing, just about everything going down for their shooters. Ball at Gomez. He sees a couple of bodies on him. Drives right, unable to finish. Rebound Suburban. Some pressure by First Baptist, but Suburban gets it back. They've got numbers on the break. Three-pointer again. That one doesn't fall. A little bit of a heat check. Looks like First Baptist attempting to call timeout, but doesn't get it. Three-pointer. Lindsay just to the right. Gomez fights for the rebound. No box out. May have been called for a foul had somebody had boxed out, but he had all the space to get that rebound. Gomez has it, gets the pressure, and throws it away. Ooh, that'll be First Baptist basketball. That one was a 50-50 ball. Looks like it'll stay with First Baptist. First Baptist needs a basket here, preferably a quick one. They work the ball around. Top of the key three. Bounces and doesn't go. Suburban another rebound, especially big man Montgomery, who threw it out of bounds off of First Baptist. And it'll be Suburban basketball. Zimmerman will bring it up the floor for the Suburban Crusaders. Glover on the high wing. Gets it to the slot. Ball inside to Montgomery. Turnaround jumper. Will go! Suburban hitting every jump shot in this fourth quarter. Ball stolen by Glover. Tipped out of bounds. The defense is working. The offense is working. They have found their rhythm here in the fourth quarter as they lead 54-38. 3.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. First Baptist is going to have to start working if they want something soon. Left-handed drive. Baseline floater. In and out. Montgomery with another rebound. He's at a big half on the boards. Zimmerman drives to the left and gets blocked at the basket. The rejection by number 34, Chris Enyanyaya. Suburban has it on the baseline, gets it in. Zimmerman, corner three. Doesn't fall. Offensive rebound. Put back with the left hand is good. Count it and a foul. Number 44, Luke Carter going to the line to complete the three-point play. Another offensive rebound given up. And another offensive rebound that has hurt this First Baptist team and helped this lead grow to 18. 56-38. 3 minutes to go. Suburban has taken control during this fourth quarter. Carter's free throw falls. Lindsay to the wing. Kunster drives, kicks, baseline drive floater. Doesn't go. Offensive rebound, put up. And looks like Enyanyaya was fouled on the second chance attempt. Looks like someone needs a sub. Maybe for injury. Not sure what just happened. Had a stoppage in play here. First free throw rattles up and goes in for the big man. 47-39. Suburban with the lead. Looks like he may have crossed the line there on that free throw. Nonetheless, he missed it, and Suburban gets the rebound. And Suburban's going to eat some clock here, wisely so. They don't need to rush anything but get a good look. Zimmerman gets to the basket and gets nailed at the basket. Hit to the floor. And he's definitely going to have 2 shots at the line. A hard hit taken by Zimmerman, but he seems fairly unfazed. And he'll have a chance for a couple of free throws here. First Baptist calls timeout. They're going to talk it over. 57-39. 2.5 minutes to go in the semifinal game. Suburban absolutely taking control of this game. After this timeout, we'll be with you for the last few minutes of this game. Zimmerman will have 2 at the line coming out of the break. (57-39), Suburban with the lead. First free throw goes for Zimmerman. He missed his first 2, but since then has been knocking down free throws, which has been huge for this Suburban team. Second one also goes. 20-point lead for First Baptist. Lindsay drives left on the baseline, tried to get it into Gomez, but a swarm of Suburban defenders takes it. Montgomery nearly stole it back at the basket, and it will be First Baptist basketball. First Baptist with the basketball. Kunster brings it up. And there looks like they're trying to get Lindsay open for a 3. They're going to need that. And he's got a defender close on him. Finds some space from way downtown. He hits. 3-pointer for Lindsay. That's exactly what they wanted, and that's exactly what they got on that possession. I don't know if there's enough time to come back in this game. Down 17 with 2 minutes left. First Baptist hits a big 3, but just a little too late. Something we saw in the last game with First Baptist from Nebraska fighting at the end, but just too big of a deficit to overcome. It's been an even game overall. The score on the board doesn't tell the whole story. It's just been those few minutes, those 7 or 8 minutes between the third and fourth quarter for Suburban that they absolutely owned on both ends of the floor. They extended the lead to 20, and that three-pointer from Lindsay cuts it down to 17. 59-42, 1:56 left. Suburban inbounds full court, and we've got some full court pressure from First Baptist. They're going to look to get a steal, and Suburban gets it across with no problems. Carter, yep, looks like he took a step before he dribbled. It's going the other way. I think I see what they're doing. Looks like they're going to screen the zone and get a three-pointer. And that's exactly what they do. Lindsay takes one dribble in. Gomez has it, kicks out to the corner. Somebody's got to shoot it. Skip pass to Lindsay. He takes the three. It looked good, but doesn't go. Rattles out. Suburban with the rebound. Under a minute and a half to go. Glover has it, and they'll take their time on this possession. Good ball movement, good drive from Carter. Gets all the way to the basket and finishes with a strong hand on the right side of the basket. Lindsay's looking for a shot now. They're going to have some threes. He takes that, misses long. 61-42. First Baptist coach calling for no fouls, just good defense. They're not going to try to extend this game out. And Suburban's just passing the ball around. Looks like they may take the shot clock violation. No, Zimmerman drives, gets the foul, and the basket, pushes the action, and he's extending this lead. Zimmerman to the line again for a chance to complete the three-point play. 21-point lead for Suburban. It's been a close game, almost the whole game, until the last few minutes, as Zimmerman knocks down the free throw. Lindsay has the ball for the Crusaders. Three-pointer just a little to the left. Offensive rebound. And we've got a foul under the basket. They'll put number 20, John Anaya, at the line. His first shots at the charity stripe this game. Second free throw doesn't go. Rebound Suburban. And they've just got 10 seconds to dribble this ball out. And Suburban, all the way from Indiana, is going to come away with the win in the semifinal game. Hard-fought victory for Suburban. Good game from both teams. Suburban's able to own the momentum in the second half, knock down a lot of jump shots, and then able to finish the game out with a win. 64-43 is your final score. Suburban Christian taking the win. Offensive rebounds, three-pointers, fast break baskets, and ones. We had it all in that game. And I hope you'll join us for this next semifinal game. I'll be signing off for the night. I'm Jeff. Thank you for joining us for this year's West Coast Baptist College Invitational Tournament.
He's playing his normal five tonight. The one little bit of an outlier is that they're always in a fairly upperclassmen heavy group, but he's playing freshman 22.
Don't let me forget my shirt.
Just like
my jacket.
Who's a freshman.
I'm taking it home. I need another one.
Everybody good? Rice Krispie treats on deck. My teacher used to say if you didn't have enough for everybody.
Yeah, they're good. Very good.
Beeler.
Welcome into the Walther Center for the fourth and final guys quarterfinal of this year's West Coast Baptist tip-off tournament. And we are excited for the Whirlwinds of Indiana Christian to take on the defenders of First Baptist Long Beach. With this 12-team tournament, 8 of the 12 have had to play a qualifier game to make it to the quarterfinals. 4 teams got through with a bye after their performances in pool play. Indiana, in white, one of those teams with a bye, so this is the first time they've played today. Long Beach in black, the defenders picked up a win against First Baptist of Cooper City, Florida. Josiah Degbelow, the freshman for Indiana, wins the tip, but the pass is forward and out of bounds. Excited to have someone else with me. My friend Tom is on this call as well. It's better than some of the soloing I'm going to do over the next couple of days. Tom, we're seeing Indiana come out more with man looks. Long Beach has proven the ability that they can step out and hit threes. Do you think that man defense is the best way to match up against shooters, or would you rather see them try to press, trap, get a little bit more creative?
Against shooters, I would say, zone can be a little tough if they're having a hot night, But if they're going to be throwing up air balls like that last shot, might work out pretty good.
I think we got some contact in there that's used some of that, but we're going to definitely have to see how this one plays out tonight. Indiana is probably taking some solace in the fact that 3 out of 3 of the teams with byes have won their games so far. Number 2
for Indiana,
Kyle Stevens, the junior, hitting from outside there. But Long Beach with the momentum from a win earlier today, and we'll see if the fresher legs versus getting the opportunity to get a game in already today comes out ahead.
Not a great start for Long Beach, David. Air ball and then a turnover back to back.
We'll see how this one plays out. If you are joining us from Indiana at 11 p.m., then we appreciate your fandom. If you're joining us from Long Beach for the second time today, we appreciate you clearing your schedule. We think this should be a pretty interesting one here. Josiah Degbelow coming to the line for Indiana, and the freshman sinks the first. We've got number 21, Jake Gilbert, and number 10, Ethan Tucker, down on the block. We've got number 2, Kyle Stevens, and number 1, Jack Tucker, further back. On the Long Beach side of things, we've got Jesse Delaney bringing the ball up here. And a lot of times in their win earlier today, we saw Max Gonzalez as the lead ball handler with Jesse working off of him as that shooting threat. But there's a lot of versatility on this team. There's not so much of a unique, this is only our point guard, this is only our center. Their guys aren't pigeonholed together, and they're going to need contributions from up and down the roster.
A rare 3-shot foul opportunity here. Get some first points on the game.
Gonzalez is a pretty solid shooter. Hits the first easily enough. We've got some fans from Long Beach here. Indiana, a little bit smaller contingent, probably just due to the travel. Fewer of the Lancaster observers, attendees of this event are in here because right now the ladies bracket is going on in our Student Life Center gym, and hosts Lancaster Baptist are playing in that game. Indiana knifes in. Number 2, Kyle Stevens scores again.
Nice little layup to the basket there.
And a good find to hit the man in the corner, number 11, Villarreal, not able to finish the play, but good awareness. Degbolo gets stripped, and it's Areola that comes away with this one. Good active defensive possession. Long Beach doesn't have tons and tons of height, but as long as all their guys are hustling around like that, when the ball comes down from one of those taller players, that's the time that they can strike. Getting hands on another one is Gonzalez, outrunning his man to it. Pulls up for a nice little jump shot. 7-5, the score here, 2.5 minutes in. Stevens finds Tucker, finds Gilbert.
And a foul on Long Beach.
And Degbolo draws contact down low. Foul against Delaney. We've got Harris stepping to the baseline and picking up the guarding assignment there. Open in the corner, but not able to go. And it feels like throughout today there's been a couple shots, really in just about every game, that have gotten about halfway down before coming back out. Gilbert here pulling up, and his foot was just past the line. And
that was a close one.
It throws me off because typically I'm on our college call, so I'm used to looking at the outside line. Jesse Delaney pulling behind that one anyway, but adjusting to the high school one regardless. But he got real close, but able to hit. Thinking about it is Kyle Stevens, but we're going to see the ball swing around a little bit more here. Stevens now pulls up and launches that one. That's going to be good.
Indiana loves the three-point. Long Beach needs to put another guy out there, maybe play it 3 top, 2 low. Indiana's just looking for the 3 all night so far.
And one of those things with hot shooting is that it feels like it can pop up so quickly or abandon you so quickly. You don't want to only just turn it into a 3-point shooting competition. But if you have that in your arsenal, you can open up a bit of a lead. We got 13-5 here, about halfway through the first. Jack Tucker bringing this one up. Now finds Ethan Tucker to the side. In and then back out. Indiana able to find their stroke again as the Whirlwinds are off to a sweet shooting start here in the first quarter. Gonzalez finds Delaney. Pivots back around to Gonzalez. He's got Areola to his left. He works.
Almost a strip.
12 on the shot clock. A good drive, getting some contact, and Jesse Delaney sends himself to the line. Opportunity to score here. We've seen Gonzalez contribute from the line already. Now Delaney, his own opportunity to work. Easily good on the first. Score is 16-6, 3.5 to go here in the first quarter. Got Harris on the block, as well as Villarreal. As Villarreal. Gonzalez now coming across the top. Villarreal down low. Harris meets as well and is going to get rung up for that one. Jake Gilbert, the junior, heads to the line for the Whirlwinds.
Long Beach needs to start making these shots a little tougher on Indiana. Indiana's getting shots at will at the three-point line whenever they want.
And
Indiana has to start making it a little tougher on them.
And part of it can be this kind of give and take. We mentioned a little bit, right? There's a bit of a size difference here. So if you say, you know what, height is always height, shooting comes and goes. Let's see what we can do if we can force them to keep making it all game. But Indiana's making it work here so far. Delaney hit a couple from outside in their first game today. He's coming up with the ball. Let's see what he can do here, working against Ethan Tucker. And it's going to come back around. Gilbert is going to find Stevens with this one. Quick hands lead this one back to Long Beach. Gonzalez rips free, and he's away. Pulling up and just off the inside. 20-7, 2.5 left. Whirlwinds running. Tucker keeps the ball moving. And Stevens a little bit off on that one. And that one's going to find its way to Ethan Tucker for the finish. Harris to Gonzalez. And Indiana looks like they're readying a couple of substitutions. Long Beach typically sticks with their core. We saw a couple of minutes by Josiah Pablet at the very end of the first half in their earlier game. But by and large, one of the more consistent lineups that we see. We'll see if Indiana rotates more throughout the game. Stevens with another one from outside. 1:40 left in this one. It's 24-7. That's what this tournament feels like, is basketball 24/7. I think there were 30 games between the men and ladies yesterday. We've gotten 16 today. This is the 16th, along with the LBS ladies game at this point. We're going to have 6 more tomorrow, in addition to the third place game and the college game, so 8 more total tomorrow. A lot of basketball going on over these couple of days. Tom, when you think about Long Beach's defense, played pretty consistent defense in their first game today, but Indiana's just making shots. Do you think that it's something where the coach has to push them more on effort? Just, I know you got to cover a lot of ground, but dig deep and find it? Or do you think it's more about structuring the defense, setting up a little bit differently here?
I think it's a little bit of an effort play. I mean, yes, you got to try something else at this point because Indiana's getting shots off at will, easy shots. So you got to switch up, formations here. But also, there's an effort spot here, and
little bit of everything probably all contributes to it. But we've seen sometimes coaches make some of those changes coming out of quarter breaks and things like that. It's going to be a long game, and so you got to stay afloat in the early going. But sometimes bringing out a press at the start of a next quarter or changing things up at the start of a quarter.
Yeah, they might want to switch out of the zone here, because they seem to be passing the ball efficiently enough to where it's breaking the zone.
And quick hands by Delaney, earning a turnover for the team. 55 here. We got about 24-second difference. If they pull quickly, they can get 2 for 1. Villarreal not able to get that one to go. We've got number 12, Gavin Lehman, the sophomore, coming off the bench for the Whirlwinds here. Knocked away by Harris off the hands of number 14, Ethan Ainsworth, and that one's going to come back to the defenders. Only a 2-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. You'll take a nice open look if you can find a nice open look, but it sure feels like if there's something doesn't present itself right away, you could burn it out. But he felt confident in that shot, and even with a man up on him, clearly able to put that one in. Now it's going to be officially a shot clock turned off, and yet a turnover forced here. Gonzalez pulls it back, looks at his options, finds Delaney, 4, 3, up from 3, a little bit short on this one, and that's going to see out our first quarter, 27-9. Our score here at the end of the first.
I did not like pulling that one back there. He should have went for it. He had the lane. It was one-on-one. Backed himself up into 3 guys. Takes a bad shot at the end of the half.
I think if you've got the guy that's closing in anyway and the defense is coming back, you got a bit of time to burn. I'm okay with that one, but they're certainly going to have to start connecting in some of their offensive possessions here. 27-9, we'll be back on the other side of this break. Coming into the second quarter here, we've got Long Beach versus Indiana. 27-9 is the score after one, and I don't know that I've seen a team put up 27 in every half that I've watched so far this tournament. And so Indiana certainly hot from the field. Long Beach trying to stay the course. Harris almost able to pull that offensive board in. And we're passing it around from Indiana, but that one's going to get rejected off the side of the backboard. Paxton Plew not able to get it to fall. Delaney not able to get it to fall on the other end. And these teams are moving up and down the court for the last game of the night. Gonzalez finds Harris, who finds Delaney. Moving pretty quickly here, pulls right away, but if you can do that, then you like what you see there. I think that might be Harris's first shot of the night. And in some of these games, Villarreal hit a 3 to open the scoring in Long Beach's earlier game of the day. Areola, Harris, certainly not the ones that are going to put up as many shot attempts, but they're getting some openings. I think even stepping up with confidence into some of them with shots like that from Harris.
Long Beach has definitely picked up the effort in the beginning of this.
The energy is higher here than maybe you would always think from the start of the second quarter. You kind of got to play the game out and some of that. But both teams really attacking this one. Indiana wants to put together a convincing performance from their side of things to warm up for the semifinals if they can get there. Long Beach is thinking in the present, right? They've got to get through. And so a lot of back and forth here with this one. We're going to see a substitution. We've got Nathaniel Villarreal coming out of the game for Long Beach, and we've got number 23, Josiah Poblet, coming in. This substitution came earlier in the second quarter of their first game, but also a second quarter sub there, and immediately found space in the corner to pull. We've got senior Jack Tucker back on the ball before sending it to Ethan Tucker. And a lot of brother combinations across these teams, as you'll often see with high school basketball. Comes back out to Stevens, and he's going to splash that one again. Gonzalez bringing it up.
The offensive rebounds if you're Long Beach.
It's that tough combination because it feels like we're telling them to do a little bit of everything. Hey, stretch out your defense and guard threes, but then also make sure you got enough bodies back to rebound. But when another team starts hitting shots like this, you start running out of cool, smart, tactically analytical things to say because it just really puts so much stress on your team. 5:35, 30-12 is the score here as we work our way through the second corner. Areola stepping up there. Now retreating back a little bit. Delaney steps up to defend. Dancing through the lane. Now collapsing on him. And the board by Delaney, who's going to come down with that one. Areola trying to run down the court, stretch the defense in transition and gets a man up, just a bit short on the shot.
Nice fake there.
Yeah,
Had him flying past him.
I've definitely been that guy just sailing past the shooter at times in my life, but it was impressive there, just not able to get that one to fall.
The only thing I thought, he had a lane there to take it to the hoop. Might should. But
And up with that one is number 24, Andrew Gilbert. Now it's back to Stevens and back through the hoop. Delaney bringing it up. He's got 3 to his left, 1 to his right. And a little bit of switching going on here. Areola finds Harris in the corner. Now it's back. And while that shot was missed, I think that's a pretty good example of what we mentioned a second ago. That possession was pretty much Harris and Areola working off of each other. And while you want to include all of your scorers, able to get a pretty good look out of it. But at 35-12, halfway through this quarter, Long Beach is going to have to keep attacking if they're going to cut this one back.
Nice low post shot there by number 3.
Gonzalez going in for that. Even with his shot at the end of the first quarter, some good opportunities to use physicality as a guard to open up shots. Good work running the floor by number 1, John Areola. But the Whirlwinds coming back, trying to move the ball around, foot on the line by Indiana. And so we're going to see a couple of changes here. Ethan Ainsworth and Jake Gilbert, a pair of juniors, coming into the game here. 3:27 left. The score is 35-16. Our more Eastern friends enjoying the late night, they are going to have to grab some coffee in the morning or something like that, at least one of the next couple, if Indiana can keep up this hot shooting. You know that they're going to start dreaming about getting all the way to the final again at 8 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow night. So it's going to be a couple of late nights if the run can continue, but a lot of game left in this game before we start looking there. Either way, the winner of this matchup will play at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time back here in the Walther Center tomorrow. There'll be the second of the men's semifinals tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. Gilbert gets it down in the post. And a steal comes away by Pablett. Now Areola finds Harris, who finds Delaney. And Long Beach keeping the moving around pretty quickly. Delaney.
Nice 3 by Delaney.
You know, if you get 3 points 4 seconds into every offensive possession, I think this one's going to come all the way back. Great shot from him right there. I don't know that he's connected from outside yet tonight. We've seen him do that consistently throughout this tournament. And so getting his rhythm in this game itself, good to see. Swinging it over to number 14, Ethan Ainsworth, can't get it to go. That one's going to be out on Gilbert. And we've got number 31, Noah Montez, coming into the game for Pablett. And so Montez, in his first action today, I believe, I don't think he was part of their win against Cooper City, Florida. Coach Wilkerson mixing and matching here in the later second quarter. 35-19 is our score. And this one will stay with Indiana, but Long Beach doing a pretty good job of trying to jump into passing lanes. Gilbert on the side here. Looks like it might, and it is, Ethan Ainsworth getting the ball right away. Now Gilbert looking around. Into the corner, and good from Ainsworth. Gonzalez bringing it up. 123 here. Going to get a couple more possessions by each team. Looks like Gonzalez is hunting that switch there. And Harris just not quite able to dial that one in. We've got Ethan Ainsworth coming back with the ball. Now it is to Andrew Gilbert. And some of these games, my reaction times are going to be slower on announcing who's who because I've got to sort out which Gilbert or Lehman or Ainsworth or Tucker on this very sibling-heavy Indiana roster we are looking at. And so credit to all of you parents who have driven multiple years' worth of kids to practices and all of that. We've got only one Delaney on the team this year, but with both Ethan and Gabe having played for West Coast in the past, credit to the Delaney family and all the families in Long Beach taking their rounds of kids to practices and games and all of that over the years. 29 seconds left. Shot clock is off. Jesse Delaney sizing this one up. Finds Harris in the corner. He's going to pull it. And just a little bit short. It's coming back to Indiana. 14 seconds left. And Ethan Ainsworth finds number 5. We're going to get it inside, but it's coming back here. 3, 2, and Gonzalez pulls up from deep.
Off the back feeling in there.
Right about there, just an inch or two from ending the first half with a bang. Well, it's 41-19 at the half. Halftime break is 8 minutes, given a little bit of extra time in this quarterfinal round. We're going to be back towards the end of that break, maybe mention a couple things we're looking for in the second half. Indiana off to a good start, not too much rust despite not playing today. Long Beach coming off of a win against Florida earlier, seeing if they can go 2-0 today. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Well, with a minute left in this halftime break, we are getting back into action here soon. The Whirlwinds from Indiana Christian leading this one 41-19 over the First Baptist of Long Beach Defenders. Tom, we're going to start with the Indiana side of things, but I'm going to ask the same question for both. What's one good thing that you want to see keep rolling from both sides? Start us off on the Whirlwind side. Obviously, the score's working out, the shooting's working out. What's something you want to see specifically keep going here on the Indiana side of things?
Yeah, I like how they pass it down low and then they look for the three. That seems to be working just about every time they do it.
Sometimes teams can hunt threes just by passing it around the perimeter, and it's hard to open it up if everyone knows you're just swinging it around. They've been doing well at playing in and out. From the Long Beach side of things, obviously the score's not where you want it to be, but there's been some positive things that have been going on. What's something positive that you want to see them keep building on here in the third and fourth quarters?
Well, at the beginning of the second, they sped things up a lot, and they got some kind of like easy fast break points, a couple layups, probably like 6 or 7 quick points. I think they need to speed it up again.
And it's tough coming off of playing 3 games yesterday and 1 already before right now in today's game. But I think we saw that. I mean, we commented when Jesse came down, hit a 3 about 4 seconds into the shot clock. You want to look for good shots for sure, but making the good decisions fast. Make it as fast as possible. Get some of those possessions. Try to work your way back. But number 24 for Indiana, Andrew Gilbert, hitting from the corner on their first trip down, and it's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb here. Delaney finds it, 11 on the shot clock, over to Harris. Harris is going to get the runner up, and a little bit deep there. Coming back is number 2, Kyle Stevens. We've got number 10, Ethan Tucker, now over to Jack Tucker. And Degbello gets inside against Harris.
If you're Indiana there, If you're Indiana there, you cannot let that. You cannot defend him standing in front of that guy. They're going to throw it over you every time. You got to get behind him and make the shot tough.
And trying to front and jump those passing lanes, but Degbello really on a really upperclassman heavy kind of roster. As we're looking at our program here, senior, junior, senior, sophomore, senior, junior, freshman who's starting. And you can see why that height has put him into this role on the team. Able to get the free throw there, but certainly going to need to keep building on that consistency. He's got to work on some of that finishing, but you can see some of the potential. Jesse Delaney pulling up, not quite able to get that one. Jack Tucker
nice
finds
pass down low for the easy 2.
Andrew Gilbert, and able to find open passing angles and kind of transition to semi-transition, right? The faster both sides move, if you can make the right decisions, you're going to find some of those openings. And this is, I think, our first travel that's been called tonight. Some of the refs, and I don't know that it's this game's set, had a pretty tight whistle on any kind of sliding or anything going on with feet in the earlier games today. So we are about 2 quarters overdue for a traveling whistle with those refs. But our first one of the night here.
But see, just like that, Long Beach Poly, they didn't play in front of that guy. They got behind him. They made the shot tough. Now they just got to finish and get the offensive rebound there.
And speaking of first time tonight, we've got junior Salvador Bustillos coming into this one, almost able to get that offensive board there, given some contest. Tucker thinks about it. Now it's going to keep moving over. It's going to find Gilbert in the corner. Delaney comes down with the board. 50-19 is the score. A little over 2 minutes into this quarter here. Gonzalez, nice pass across the court, and Villarreal buries that one. That's a tough pass to pick out, both because of distance and angles, but found it well. Good shot making by Villarreal, and Degbello goes up over Bustillos. Gonzalez bringing it up now. And we've got number 3, Jensen Arnett, coming to the scorer's table for Indiana. Got a nice little Little Tony Parker
Teardrop.
kind of teardrop floater there by Delaney. We've got numbers 12 and 23, Christian Harris and Josiah Pablett coming into the game in a minute for Long Beach. Kyle Stevens, and we've been, if anything, trying to kind of bring out other facets of the game or dig into some other things under the hood with this game. But let me specifically pause and say that number 2, Kyle Stevens, is really on one.
He is.
Tonight. This is his 6th 3, something in that range at least. And some of these games, honestly, throughout the day, some teams more and some teams less, but some teams don't even really try to operate that much from outside. More about cuts and high post and things like that. To have someone who can just change the spacing of the court, really a huge weapon for the Whirlwinds here.
Yeah, I think the main thing if you're Long Beach Poly is make some of these shots difficult. There's too many wide open shots.
I think you could trot out some of the West Coast guys tonight, and no disrespect to their defense, but when you start seeing that first one, that second one going in, it gets a little bit harder to rattle that rhythm. But Long Beach certainly gonna do their best coming through here. We got about 4.5 minutes left in the third. 55-24 is our score. Bounces out through a couple of passes. Finds Gilbert in the corner. Now we've got Arnett in another corner. Comes in and drives. And the bench giving him his love there after a solid drive. Gonzalez bringing it across the midline. Finds a hole in the zone, but
block there.
A defensive contribution there by Stevens. We've hyped up his offense. It's a two-way game, and so good contribution there.
Nice pass inside.
Picks out number 10, Ethan
Almost a no-look pass there. Looking
Tucker.
to the right, passing it down low.
And there's been some good guard play in this game tonight. Gonzalez and Delaney, certainly key players for Long Beach. We've talked about Stevens shooting. Even just the general ball movement from both sides has been pretty clean. And I don't really think we've seen either side almost at all just in that kind of back-to-the-basket post-game sort of thing that sometimes teams will play with. A lot of kind of guard orientation, ball handling that we've seen throughout this one tonight.
Yeah.
Delaney from 3.
Indiana has tried to get it down low, but just, they've been pretty hot tonight, so why stop?
Yeah,
but,
they've mixed
Long
it in.
Beach, there hasn't been much passing down low tonight.
And I think they've been able to create the right kind of offense without it. If you don't have, some back-to-the-basket Kevin McHale type or whatever, don't try to play that way. And I think both sides have found the right approach that's worked for them in terms of structure. One side just has Kyle Stevens hitting threes at a truly crazy rate. Stevens on the ball here. Now back out to Gilbert in the corner. Hits that one from the corner as the shot clock went down to 10. 62-24, our score here.
24 has had a nice night here, too, for Indiana.
Yeah, he's not that kind of dribble creator, but he seems to keep finding open space in the corner and making it count. Making it count there, Max Gonzalez getting to the mid-range, elevating even with the defender right there on him. Stevens short on that one. Offensive board keeps it with the Whirlwinds. And Christian Harris comes down with it after hands and arms and limbs flying around by both sides. Gonzalez comes up, tries to finish with his right from the left.
Nice.
We saw him hit one of those against Cooper
put
City.
back there.
And a good putback from Long Beach for the score. 62-28, about 2 minutes left in this one. Arnett finds Ainsworth and tapped away. Delaney comes down with it. Bit of semi-transition here. And Gonzalez
by Indiana to stop the fast break.
And another nifty cross-court pass. Not quite able to pull that one down.
Accidental kick
It
out of bounds.
is Pablette, but a good hustle getting into the game and trying to at least be around the ball there. We've got number 31, Noah Montez, checked in earlier. He's back in here for Pablette, and so we've seen a couple of interchanges between those two specifically. 1:52 left in this one in the third quarter. 62-28 is the score at the moment. We've got Arnett trying to work on the right-hand side. And back and forth in a bit of a triangle there. I don't know if that was a shot or an entry pass. I think it would be more charitably remembered as an entry pass. Montez sticking in front there. Now it heads over to the other side. An opening for number 14, Ethan Ainsworth.
Indiana may be getting away with a little bit of a 3 seconds down there, but
Yeah, it's interesting seeing this different ref crew. The games earlier, I already mentioned the travel, but we saw a couple of 3-second calls, really kind of right on it. But I wasn't coming away with the count on the player, but just seeing some of the different ones. And a half a late whistle. And Ian Achenbach, the senior, number 32.
David, I like how he took it to the basket there and didn't sell for just a teardrop or try to throw something up. I like how he took the contact and finished the shot. Even though it didn't go in, drew the foul there.
Spoken like a man that I know from personal experience, has a good physical low post game. And we've got some good big man coaching there. Achenbach is not able to get the second one to go. 52 seconds left in this one. Time to go 2 for 1, or if things get really chaotic, who knows exactly how many possessions more we can get out of it. Finds Delaney in the high post. Now surveying. He's got 3 around him, and this one's going to get rung up against Ethan Ainsworth. 19 on the shot clock.
I think it might have got bailed out there, David. But that's how it goes sometimes.
He put himself in the right position by being willing to absorb some of that contact instead of just hanging out outside the three-point line waiting for an opening. With the reset after the foul, the difference between the shot clock and game clock has gone from 19 to about 2.5. And so if Long Beach wants, they can slow it down. But here Indiana's going to come back, and they're going to be able to bleed this one out if they so desire. Ethan Ainsworth bringing this one up. He's got a pass here to Achenbach. Arnett, and just kind of moving this around the perimeter for a while is Indiana. A little bit deep there, and that one's going to be called as staying down with Indiana. 12.7 left to go in this third quarter. The defenders digging in to defend. The Whirlwinds seeing if they can get one more score out of this quarter. And number 5, Paxton Plew, going to take a bit of a tumble after some contact by Gonzalez. 8.4 on this one. It's in to Ainsworth, out to the corner, and down for 3. Really, story of Indiana's night. If you can hit threes like this, then life just becomes a whole lot easier.
Yes.
We'll be back on the other side of our final break of the night. 68-28 is the score after 3. We'll be back in a second. And into the fourth quarter we go as Achenbach gets it and tries to finish there. Good explosion to the rim, but the finish.
Good rebound by
a
number
little off.
12.
And the defenders looking at this one. Gonzalez finds his teammate in the corner, and number 22, Danny Koch, not quite able to get that one. John Areola getting ready to check in here at the scorer's table. Gonzalez with the ball. Delaney now back to Gonzalez. And this one's going to end up with Gavin Lehman. Achenbach
Tries to dunk it and misses, then gets blocked.
zeal not according to knowledge, but it's the fourth quarter, and sometimes people get a little creative. It would be one way to phrase that one there, but we have mentioned we like to see a big man driving it inside, so we'll get to the rim and we'll adventure from there. And Gavin Lehman trying to work here. Achenbach goes up, shorts it, but is going to do so in part because of some contact. Achenbach will head to the line for 2.
Dave, one thing that I think could really help Indiana here is you saw them make a foul here. They should have been a little bit more aggressive this game, even if that meant a couple more fouls. I think that would have really helped them throughout this game, being a little more physical.
Achenbach off on the first. Harris steps out. Areola steps in. 6:13 the mark on this one a second ago. And it looks like we are running from here on out. Delaney bringing it up. We've got some great games on the docket tomorrow. The ladies' semifinals going to be at 8 and 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. And so bright and early for us on the West Coast. You got a little bit more time for our friends back east. Those games will be here in the Walther Center. We haven't had ladies' games on the WAC court or on these streams yet. That'll be changing tomorrow morning at 8 and at 9:30. At 11 and at 12:30 will be the men's semifinals. We've seen High Street, Ohio, and Newport, California already qualify for the 11 a.m. semifinal. Suburban from Indianapolis will face Indiana Christian from Martinsville. And these teams, actually, 2 teams that play each other outside of this tournament, and so there's some familiarity between those schools already. They're going to face off in the semifinal. They'll already know who they are fighting it out for the right to play in the final. Tune in for a college game as well at 6 p.m. Before then, the men's final at 8. We've got the ladies' title game at 2:30 as well. Gonzalez, another nice cross-court pass to Villarreal. A little short on that one, and that's going to be rebounded by Plu, who's now bringing it up. 4:20 left in this one. And jumped by Gonzalez. And Ainsworth getting over there in time to save that is the only thing keeping that from going the other direction. The finish by the Whirlwinds as we reach the midpoint of this final quarter. Thunderous cheers from what has been a noisy Long Beach contingent tonight. They've given some good vocal support to their guys, both due to Jesse Delaney's 3 there, but also due to a couple of subs coming to the scorer's table. And it looks like we are going to see Manassa Ose-Quarting and Salvador Bustillos check into this one in a little bit. 3:46 left in this one. Indiana on their way to facing Suburban Christian from Indianapolis at 12:30 tomorrow. I will probably be wrapping up any and every post-game comment here pretty quickly, and I'm going to book it over to our Student Life Center gym. We've got 2 gyms on campus. Most of our ladies' games, all of our ladies' games so far have been in the SLC. All of our guys' games so far, other than 2 qualifier matches, have been here in the Walther Center. But Lancaster Baptist is battling it out against Newport Christian in the Student Life Center right now, and we'll see how that one goes. Delaney pulling up with that one. Coming back down the court are the Whirlwinds in white. Into the corner to Arnett, and that one is going to hit the underside of the backboard. Gonzalez surveying the court. Areola, and the freshman is going to be up, but not able to get that one quite dialed in. But you can tell how much the fans enjoy getting to see all of the guys on their team competing. And no matter if you are someone who plays every minute for a team or who's just not at the point yet in your high school career to get off the bench as much, there's still so much work and dedication that goes into participating to whatever degree, and the fans excited for him. Almost was able to come away with that one there, and the ball is moving back around the perimeter now. Gonzalez surveys, and he has the greenest of green lights right now. Bustillos fighting for the offensive board. This one will come back down as the junior Ethan Ainsworth brings this one up, finds Achenbach to Arnett, and some of these passages of play that we've talked about throughout the evening. Gavin Lehman here with it now. And
almost a steal for the freshman there.
Forcing the turnover is the freshman Manassa for the defenders. Under 2 left in this one. Gonzalez bringing it up. If you have been tuning in throughout the day, keeping up with your guys in pool play, hopefully you have gotten all the basketball that you can handle over the last 2 days, because I don't know how much more we could particularly give you. But from 8 a.m. to about 10 p.m. tomorrow night, there's going to be games coming at you from the WAC. And so you will get all of your opportunities for more on the other side there. Gavin Lehman pulling up, not quite able to get that one to go is the sophomore. Gonzalez now bringing it up the court. Areola, Gonzalez, Delaney. And getting closer every time is Osei Quarting. Ainsworth now bringing it up. 45 seconds left in this one. Achenbach back out in this kind of triangular motion that we've seen throughout the night. And this one will stay with Indiana. Shot clock is off to see this one out. And the defenders of Long Beach with the ball here. 20 seconds left.
A little too cute there.
And fumbling. And he does it. The freshman Manassa Osei Quarting. The team is beaming even here at the end of this game, and seeing the support that they have for each other.
A bright spot for the night. For
a bright spot, and this is what the game is about. Some of us are better and some of us are worse, but the competition and the enjoyment of it, certainly a wonderful aspect as well. 77-33, the final score of this one. Indiana advances as they try to defend their title. They will face off with a fellow Hoosier State team. As getting to call this game with a Raiders fan friend, I feel like there's a lot of Indiana support going on.
Yes, hoping for Mendoza.
On this side of things. It's been great getting to join you by way of live stream. A special shout out to Our Indiana fans staying up into Friday morning, if you're still with us. Long Beach fans tuning in for the second time today. Signing off with Tom, I'm David. You have a good night.